Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed speakers. Hayyakum Allah. On behalf of DIWA, I warmly welcome you to WETEX. This year's main seminar brings together global experts to share knowledge on energy transition, sustainability, and innovation. Please note that there will be a raffle draw and winners will be announced after each seminar. Without further delay, let us begin day one of the main seminars. We will begin our agenda today with a panel discussion on navigating the energy transition through innovation, security, and sustainable growth. I would like to welcome Mrs. Rasha Rawaf, Chief Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Officer at Aqua Power, Mr. Thomas Altman, EVP Innovation and New Technology at Aqua Power, Mr. Turki Mahrous, Executive Director, BU Construction, Water at Aqua Power, and Mr. Majid Wafa Allah, Head of Sustainability at Aqua Power.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. My name is Rasha Rawaf, and I am very honored to be joining you this morning as the Chief Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Officer at Aqua Power, and we're also very proud to be sponsors of WETEX this year. I'm joined here by our esteemed panel, and I'll give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. I'll start at the far end over there, so we'll go ahead with Majid.
Hi everyone, it's good to be here. This is Majid Wafallah, Head of Sustainability at Aqua Power.
Assalamu alaikum everyone and good morning. This is Turki Mahrous, Executive Director at the Water Cluster, Aqua Power, Saudi Arabia.
Good morning, my name is Thomas Altman. I'm Executive Vice President for Innovation and New Technology, company-wide innovation. Thank you.
So we're here today to talk about navigating the energy transition, innovation, security, and sustainable growth. In meeting challenges of climate change and succeeding in the competitive global industry, we face a critical quadrilemma. You might have heard of the trilemma of energy and water, but at Aqua Power, we like to call it the quadrilemma, because what we are trying to do is navigate the energy quadrilemma and the transition, providing power and water that is sustainable, affordable, secure, and fast. This commitment is central to our strategic project development and investment decisions, especially given the immense scale of transition ahead and the growing global demand for essential resources. So the next decade demands not just technological breakthrough, but a fundamental rethinking of how we finance, build, and integrate energy and water systems globally. Aqua Power is operating at the forefront of both and is uniquely positioned to lead this change, particularly here in the GCC and the wider MENA region, but also beyond the global south. So with the portfolio of 109 projects across the 15 countries that we currently operate in, and believe me, we've been adding countries on a very expedited scale. We have a strong presence, of course, in Saudi Arabia, in the United Arab Emirates, Oman, Bahrain, Kuwait, Egypt. We generate 94 gigawatts of power, and we're the largest private water company in the world, with a capacity of 9.9 million cubic meters per day of water. Aqua Power is at the forefront of delivering these essential services globally, and our total investment is over $117 billion. So let's begin by examining the critical role of these strategic sponsorships in accelerating the transition. Our first segment, we're going to be talking about financing and scaling the sustainable growth. So let's start. As I've mentioned about the scale that Aqua Power is at, and we recently had a $7.1 billion rights issue and bold entries into new markets like Indonesia and Malaysia, how are these strategic financial and partnership models enabling Aqua Power not just to grow, but to truly scale the sustainability in energy and water transition? So what role do these new geographies play in the broader energy transition? Thomas, would you like to start with talking about our scale and how we're doing that?
So these investments has enabled us to deploy this large project at scale. We have examples like the Sudair solar plant with 1.5 gigawatt, which is one of the largest single plant contracted solar plants in the world. We have the Middelt 2 and 3 projects in Morocco, which is a fantastic example of hybridization of renewable energy, photovoltaic and battery storage, which will help us to roll out more solar plants in the growing market in Africa due to the combination of solar and batteries to take care about the intermittency. And also we have the Yambu Green Energy, green hydrogen project, which is now in feed state. It has about 400,000 tons per year, and it's another brilliant example of strategic investment and positioning the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Aqua Power as a global player in the green hydrogen arena.
Thank you. Turki, you're in the water business. Talk to us about scale and financing at Aqua Power and how we're addressing the challenges that we have in the water industry.
Okay. First of all, thank you, Dr. Rasha, and thank you, Thomas. Let me first underscore our commitment towards water security when it comes at a global scale. Our desalination portfolio at Aqua Power spans over 6 countries, and we have 24 key assets within those operating countries. Key examples I would like to mention is one of them is Tawila IWP, which is the largest RO facility in the world with a staggering capacity of 900,000 cubic meter per day. And that shows our commitment towards large infrastructure and large water solutions. It's also worth mentioning that we are responsible of 30% of the total desalination capacity of Saudi Arabia and the UAE as well. Another key example I'd like also to mention is the key project in Senegal, which is the Grand Côte project with a capacity of 400,000 cubic meter per day, which is entirely powered by green energy. And that addresses 3 things. It addresses the integrated energy solutions. It also addresses the new geographies and addresses the water security across new regions. So as we grow and expand at Aqua Power, every new market that we enter not only benefits from our scale as a company, but also benefits from our sustainable and proven model of sustainable development.
Thank you. Majid, you take care of our sustainability at Aqua. So tell us about the growth and scale and what are the interlinks that we have with sustainability?
Yeah, thank you, Rasha. So our 7.1 billion of rights issue was nearly 6 times oversubscribed. This is a clear reflection of the investors' confidence in our strategy 2.0, which is to triple our assets under management to $250 billion by 2030. This capital fuels the expansion in current markets as well as into high potential markets. For example, we have our strategic partnership with PIF to develop 70% of Saudi Arabia's renewables pipeline, and our strong presence here in UAE with a water capacity of 2.8 million meter cube per day and 4.5 gigawatts of power capacity. This is key to expanding our portfolio and meeting our strategic growth. And as well as we are looking into expanding our portfolio into new markets. For example, investing $7 billion in Africa and about $30 billion in China by 2030. This is aligned with the global decarbonization while maintaining our strong presence here in the GCC region. And when it comes to growth at Aqua Power, we talk about quadrilemma, as Rasha mentioned, which include affordability and sustainability and security, but then also the speed dimension, which is an important part. And to give you an example of the speed, we have one of our 2030 targets initially to achieve 50% green-brown ratio by 2030. However, by end of 2024, we already achieved this target, 6 years ahead of the plan. And now we set even more ambitious target to achieve 70% green-brown ratio.
Thank you, Majid. So if we want to talk about, we talked about, the scale and the growth and our targets of how we're going to be expanding. But now, what about future-proofing what it is that we do? We know that with the elements of climate change that are happening, we have also experienced the recent geopolitical activities that have been happening in the regions where we operate. How do we future-proof our business so that we can secure energy and water solutions for our end users and customers? Thomas, would you like to start with that?
Yes, this is a probably equally important topic for us as Aqua Power. Let me start with our significant energy storage capacity of 5.3 gigawatt hours, which is crucial for grid stability, but it's also extremely important for integrating of intermittent renewables in our system. And we have the two examples are the Red Sea project with roughly 1.2 gigawatt hours, and a second good example is in Tashkent Riverside in Uzbekistan with 0.5 gigawatt hours. Another thing which came up in the last years on our agenda is investment in digital tools and artificial intelligence. We have a very ambitious roadmap how we look at industrial AI. We have formed partnerships with startups from global innovation hubs, starting with Cambridge, Massachusetts, Singapore, and in our Shanghai Innovation Center with top universities. So we are working on agentic AI and orchestration of agentic AI to learn how we can use that for the future way of operating and optimizing our plants. Finally, we have a flexible generation capacity of 36 gigawatt, which is also very crucial as a backup capacity because, as we know, the renewables are very dependent on weather profiles.
And what about in the water sector? So how are we future-proofing our operations?
To complement Thomas's point on the recent technologies and AI, the same thing applies in the desalination business. So, for example, we have achieved 87% reduction in the specific power consumption when it comes to desalination. And similarly, we have also achieved 50% reduction in the levelized cost of water since 2007. Also being a pioneer in AI-driven technologies, we have also improved operations and continuous water and supply. And that's us making desalination much more resilient to energy price fluctuations and volatility. Lastly, I would like to mention that us shifting to RO technology by 78.8% and projects like Hassian RO here in the UAE has recorded a low tariff as low as 36.5 cents per cubic meter. And that's us showing that desalination are being much more efficient and much more resilient.
Thank you. Majid, sustainability, climate change. How are we addressing that? Because as we move forward with our different technologies, we know that climate change is going to be impacting our sustainability metrics. Do you want to tell us more about that?
Yes. So at Aqua Power, we measure by numbers how we contribute to the UN Sustainable Development Goals and also the climate change. For the energy side, Aqua Power reduced the solar PV tariff by more than 80% since the past decade. This is a clear contribution not only to the security of clean energy and availability, but also to affordability. And it's a clear and direct contribution to the Sustainable Development Goal number 7, which is affordable and clean energy. And when it comes to the water side of the business, Aqua Power, being the largest private water desalination company in the world, has achieved 87% specific power consumption improvement, as Turkey mentioned. This meaning that for the same meter cube of water produced, now you need 87% less energy. This results in lower energy consumption, lower cost, lower GHG emissions, and higher profitability. This is a clear case where it combines both economic viability and sustainability goals together. And also, Aqua Power provide fresh water to water-stressed region, given that most of our desalination plants in the GCC, which is considered a water-stressed region. And when we measure how much water we consume in our operation versus how much water we produce, the ratio is 192, meaning that for every meter cube of water that we consume across our portfolio in the operations, Aqua Power produces 192 times that. And when it comes to climate action and the discussion to moving to a more sustainable world, Aqua Power, being first mover into the green hydrogen at scale, it provides the world with a new sustainable solution to support and contribute to this goal.
Thank you, Majid. And while we're doing the, solving the quadrilemma, we talked about, for example, innovation and how we're future-proofing our operations and the role that that plays. But I think one of the key things that we need to talk about, and it's a major focus area for Aqua, is our investment in people. It's part of our business model. It's not just about finding the right technologies or the solutions for water or measuring our sustainability and our targets for that, but it's about the people themselves and investing and localizing the local talent. Can we talk about people and how we're investing in people? Thomas, you want to start with that?
So let me start from the impact of our track record in reducing tariffs. We started with photovoltaic in 2015, where we brought down photovoltaic tariffs. At the stage it was in the plus 10 cent per kilowatt hour. In the first step we brought it down to 5.9 in the first project in the Middle East, and eventually with the mega projects in Saudi Arabia we bring it down to 1.1. This was not a standalone story. This was just the beginning of a big story. We did it for almost every technology. Another example is the concentrated solar power, which was at this time in Europe more than 25 cents. And after we bid in Morocco for 19 cents, 15 cents, eventually we arrived here in Dubai with the largest CSP project in the world with DEWA, which is in hybrid about 7.2 cents. So it's significant reduction of cost of energy, which makes energy, clean energy, more affordable and for a much wider population. Another example is when we started to integrate energy storage into this renewable energy system. And by the way, the phase 4 of DEWA MBR solar park is the largest thermal storage in the world. But besides the largest thermal storage, we have also significant battery storage, as I mentioned before, 5.3 gigawatt hours. And by integrating energy storage into the renewables, which are intermittent, we have achieved in remote locations like Red Sea that energy, clean energy is available almost as a base load. And that certainly improves the quality of life and the well-being of the people. And finally, we are, as we heard, a first mover on green hydrogen, working on the second mega projects in the world. So with the green hydrogen, we are attacking basically the hard-to-abate sectors, and we are providing solutions to steel, aluminum, glass, cement, whatever factories, to switch to green hydrogen, which is no emissions and which is improvement of quality of life, improvement of the air.
Thank you, Thomas. Turkey?
Well, it always touches my heart when we bring the human element. And to bring this discussion into the community level, we are at Aqua Power. We are proud to say that we are serving almost 55 million people around the globe with accessible, affordable water. And also, I want to re-emphasize on the point that we are nearly responsible for 30% of Saudi Arabia and the UAE total desalinated capacity. And that is our part of promoting public health and economic well-being. Lastly, the project that are being fully powered and operated through green energy, it is us and showing our commitment towards doing our essential services and business with cutting-edge technologies, building state-of-art facilities, while also being on top and championing social responsibilities, environmental responsibilities, as well as local impact and local responsibilities towards the communities that we operate within.
And also, I'd like to add to your point, when we localize in regards to talent, for example, we have a very unique and proud moment for Aqua Power, which is our investment in the Energy and Water Academy that's based in Rabagh in Saudi Arabia, IWA. And what we do there with local talent and providing them with the skills and tools that not only serve Aqua Power, but also our ecosystem. I'm sure you've met a lot of our IWA graduates in the projects that you're working on.
Yes, of course, Rasha. I mean, this Water Academy not only nurtures the current generation, but also the future generations to join the workforce, not only in Aqua Power, but in the water business as a whole. So that's one part and one aspect of the local impact, but also to add to this local academy, we have also the local content initiative in Saudi Arabia, which is localizing so much of the investments, local markets for supplying spare parts and industrial parts to our global network of projects.
Thank you, Turkey. Majid, you're the one that keeps everybody honest because you report on everything that we do with your ESG and with our sustainability, our integrated annual report. And I know that human development and equitable transition is one of the major parts of it. Can you tell us more about that human element in the reporting that you do to keep us all honest?
Yes, definitely. So at Aqua Power, people at the heart of the transition. So when we're talking about the people, there are many aspects. There are like the internal employees, but then there are the external communities. Our localization percentage reached more than 80% across our portfolio in the different geographies where we operate, meaning that ensuring workforce development and creating jobs wherever we operate. And as a leader in the industry, it comes with responsibilities. So the corporate social responsibility at Aqua Power, the CSR, has 3 pillars: climate action, future generation, and community resilience. So wherever we operate, we assess the needs in that location or geography, and then we decide what is the most appropriate initiative. In some countries, the focus is on community development, like in Morocco and South Africa, for example. And in other countries, the focus is on training and capacity building. For example, my colleagues mentioned IWA, the Energy and Water Academy in Saudi Arabia. Since its inception in 2009, 15,000 trainees graduated from this program, equipped with knowledge, fully skilled and ready for employment. Similarly, we have Shireen College in Uzbekistan, ensuring that capacity building and training, creating jobs, and ensuring that benefits are widely distributed.
And one of the things you mentioned, I'm glad you mentioned Shireen College. So we've taken this model that we started in Saudi Arabia, and we're implementing it in other countries where we operate. And inshallah, there's going to be other areas and other regions where we're operating, where we're going to be doing similar development opportunities.
Inshallah.
Because like we mentioned, the local capacity, the local human capacity is the biggest investment that we have where we operate and where we come. And that's part of our unique value proposition and our business model in the different regions. Thomas, it looks like you wanted to add something. Did you have a comment?
No, I think it's perfect. This model of EVA and Shireen College is really it's an innovation on the HR side, basically. Yeah. It just came to my mind that looking forward, the future challenge is really how we reorganize Aquapower to work in the age of AI, how we redevelop job description, how we develop human in the loop sequence, and how we create AI agents as a companion of people and share the work. There is a lot of routine work which can be done very fast and very efficient on AI agents. There's also a lot of work which can only be done by human, at least for the next many years. And so it's about preparation. We all know about this hype and all the social media is full about AI, but I want to quote Bill Gates here. He said, the next 2 years, we are overestimating AI agents. The next 2 years, yeah? And the next 8 years, we are underestimating. So AI role in organizations. So we should really focus on, and we are focusing on the next 2 years to prepare and not jump onto the hype and try to do everything and lose a lot of money because nothing comes out, like in 80% of the companies today. But after the 2 years, when the exponential growth and rollout and deployment starts, we need to be ready. And I think that's we should always keep in mind. We should not be either AI or humans. It should be augmentation of humans with AI and finding the right way of focusing on the right projects.
Excellent, thank you. Well, we've got a couple more minutes. Do we have an opportunity to take questions from the audience? Are there any questions? Yes, we have the lady over here. I think we just need to wait to give you a mic. The mic is coming. I can see it. So please, questions from the audience. Briefly introduce yourself, your name, where are you coming from, and then ask your question, please. So can you raise your hand, young lady? Yes. Go
Over
ahead.
here.
Yes, please.
So I'm Mariam from Al-Rashid Saleh School, grade 9C. I wanted to raise a question for you guys because you were talking about what you do and what is your company and what do you do. But what do you think is your goal? What do you think is your goal by 2030?
Anyone want to take that? What is our goal by 2030?
Yeah.
What is our goal? What does Aquapower want to do by 2030? Thomas, do you want to take that? I can tell you from, I've got 2 goals, but I'll let Thomas. We're going to triple what our current capacity is. We're going to 3x that by 2030. That includes not just assets, but also investment or assets under management. But what else?
Yeah, we will continue a journey which is unique by reducing energy consumption of industrial processes, most prominently desalination. The work Aquapower has done in reducing in 14 years the energy consumption is second to none, and it's heavily discussed in top universities how this is possible. And I think this is something we will continue from where we are today, which you heard it's more than 80% reduction compared to 14 years ago. We do another step by, at this moment, we are building a pilot plant in Riyadh, which will push down the energy consumption by another 20%, maybe more. And this will be showcased at the Aqua Power Innovation Days, which will be held on 26th to 28th of January in Riyadh. Everybody is welcome who is in the topic in clean energy or hydrogen or desalination or AI. And so we will present the results and the pilot plan. So we want to continue the journey to not only be a successful developer, we also have to pay bills, but we want to continue the journey to make water and energy available to more countries, to more people, to a wider population, and we are very proud of this contribution.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mariam. We had another question over here.
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I have a question to Mr. Thomas.
Sorry, can you stand up? I don't
yeah.
know. Oh, there, yes,
Yes?
thank you.
Okay.
Your name?
My name is Ahmed. I'm working for DIWA here in Dubai.
Our partners.
Yes, of course, dear partners. It's impressive how Aqua Power is spreading over all the world with these over 15 countries and achieving these world records in terms of, for example, the dissemination, as Mr. Turki mentioned, and also the ambitions to expand in the region, in the growing economy, like recently with the Syrian Arab Republic and all over the world. I have a question to Mr. Thomas. One of the most emerging risks is the new technologies. Now, the partners that you are partnering with in different countries, their main concern is, am I taking the most possible return, the most efficiency in achieving in the operation to achieve the highest production? This new technology.
Sorry, can you hold on for a second, just because we can't. Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
My question to Mr. Thomas is on new technologies. I mentioned the partners always needs to ensure that they are receiving the maximum returns, and Aqua also would like to ensure that the maximum efficiencies the preparation is made with maximum efficiencies. How do you adopt and manage the new risks, especially which is related to the generating electricity? Like every day there is a new technology in panels. There is more efficient panels, the way you put panels together. Like 10 years ago, the rotating was not there. Now the rotating is there. So this kind of new technologies, how you adopt to ensure that you are achieving the maximum returns to the partners?
Thank you. You give me the tough question at the end, huh? Thank you. DIWA, our partner, of course, is very deep in innovation and technology and is a leader, regional and probably even a global leader. So coming to your answer, one of the things we do, we are taking an approach which is proactive and not reactive. So we are not waiting until our Chinese supplier bringing us panels and make a nice dinner here in Dubai and present the panels. We are going beyond the sales people, we go upfront to the R&D stage, and we discuss our problems, our challenges with them. And for example, as you know, we have a very harsh climate in the Middle East. We have higher temperatures than in Europe and other places. So we are discussing certain observations from our plants, some ideas for improvements. And they are preparing prototype panels, which we are testing in Saudi Arabia, giving feedback. So we are very upfront, proactive, and not reactive. So we are not using, like 10 years ago, we probably used the same panels like in Germany and in Australia and in Spain. But now we are moving towards customized, tailor-made modules. And this is possible because of the volume. One production line of one of the large manufacturers is 5 gigawatt. So we need 100 gigawatts. So we can say, give us 3 production lines, and we are doing only customized. The same is true for mirrors. The same is true for RO membranes. So we are asking for customization, yeah? And that helps us to be always one step ahead, and we try to continue this journey.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I think the key word here is that we're always one step ahead here at Aqua Power. We're out of time, and I know that our MC is waiting for us to come off the stage. I'd like to thank my wonderful panel for their participation this morning. Any closing words, one or two, or takeaways that you want the audience to remember as we're leaving the stage. Majid?
Yes, sure. So all I wanted to add is that we, as Aqua Power, we have a wonderful sustainability report, integrated annual report. But what I want to say is that the reporting and disclosure comes toward the end. Most of the work happens internally. Most of the optimization happens internally. And all the good things happen internally, the challenges. And the report and disclosure is just as a result. If the internal work is good, then the disclosure would be as good.
Turkey?
Well, we talked about scale, we talked about innovation, we talked about the community and the local impact. And just a final remark, just to close Mr. Thomas's answer to this gentleman. The innovation doesn't only happen at the asset level or the capex level, but our innovation, our technology deployment, and continuous innovation, it happens at all stages. It happens at the capex level, at the opex level, as well as the EPC level. And that's where we capture true value from our assets and our operations.
Thank you. Thomas?
One important factor why Aqua Power has achieved what we have today is we moved at an early stage to an open innovation model. And this includes leveraging partnerships. That's a very bold step because you have to open your books, you have to share, you have to work with other companies in partnership. And as we know, everybody wants to keep everything on the hard disk and put 3 buzzwords. And so we overcome this at an early stage, which allowed us to build an innovation ecosystem around us, which is grown from Saudi Arabia to 25 countries now. And again, in our innovation days, we have about 1,000 people to come from 25 countries, celebrating open innovation and fostering new partnerships. And the important thing is to spark new ideas. We are bringing the people together to discuss all that, to hear the results, and out of that environment to spark new ideas and to bring it to us, and we will work together to implement them.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your attention, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists for their insightful discussion. Now we will announce our raffle draw winner, and the winner is Mr. Abdulrazak Chroud. Kindly collect your prize from the registration area. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session highlights the UAE's progress in building a strong EV charging ecosystem. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Badr Al-Awadi, Chief Commercial Officer from UAEV, who will deliver a presentation titled Powering Sustainable Mobility, Building the UAE EV Charging Ecosystem.
السلام ورحمة الله، كيف حالك؟ مساك الخير. Check. Microphone working. Hello? We'll just wait for another minute and then we'll start. Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Badr Al-Awadi, Chief Commercial Officer at UAEV, and it's an honor to be here today to share with you about UAEV, our journey so far, our plan and our roadmap for the next 5 years. And then we do have an interesting announcement that we believe it will set a new benchmark for the EV infrastructure in United Arab Emirates. To start with, just to brief everyone on UAEV. So UAEV is a company that was established through a joint venture. It was founded by a joint venture that was between the Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure and Ittihad Water Electricity. So we are the first government-owned CPO with a vision to lead the UAE's transition to sustainable mobility and the mission to build and operate world-class EV infrastructure that empowers and supports, drives and supports the EV fleets and enables UAE's clean mobility transformation as well. We do have strategic objectives, that's what we refer to, or strategic goals. There are 6. To start with, we have a dynamic target of 2,000 charging points by 2030. And we call it dynamic because we pay close attention and we're expecting this number to grow until that time. And then to become a national leader, that will be driving force of the EV charging infrastructure across the 7 Emirates. And we also target to become an enabler for the national objectives for clean mobility. Accelerating the adoption is part of our priorities as well by providing high-speed, reliable charging services. Becoming a partner of choice. This is something also we're very proud of, even though this company was founded less than 2 years, but we have succeeded in gaining the trust from the government sector and from the private sector. We'll definitely tell you more about this as well. Becoming the partner of choice, so this is on top of our priority for both government sector and the private sector. And then last but not least, having an exceptional customer experience. This is one of the many things that we have learned from our government is the importance of customer satisfaction, or what we refer to it here in the UAE, customer happiness. So this is part of our top priorities in our day-to-day work. What we have done so far. Let me share with you our interesting journey. So what we've done is we have the map of United Arab Emirates, and we divided the map into 2 zones. The first zone is what we refer to it as the future growth zone, which is mainly the Northern Emirates. And then we have the high demand zones, which is basically Dubai, where we all know the demand is really high on EVs, and the adoption are way higher than other parts of United Arab Emirates. So phase 1 in 2024, the focus was mainly on the future growth zones, and we have achieved in less than a year to become the largest EV network in Northern Emirates. And the plan have started already with the high demand zones where we started deploying chargers. Our roadmap to 2030 is to have, as mentioned in our strategic objectives, is to have not less than 2,000 charging points across the 7 Emirates. And by the way, we are the only CPO today that operates in the 7 Emirates, and we are proud of that. Here is a look on the map of the UAE. And by the way, if you look at this map, not 10 years ago, if you look at it in 2023, it looked way different. So today we are quite confident when we say that we have succeeded in eliminating what they refer to as range anxiety. So if you are someone who is living in Northern Emirates, and since the weather is getting nicer now, we're approaching winter, you are planning to go for a road trip to Northern Emirates, you should have zero worries when it comes to finding your next charger, because our chargers are across the Northern Emirates. I have tested the network myself, where we took, the pointer is not showing, so we started our journey with one of the social media influencers, Mr. Munder Lemzeki. We took the car from Ajman, and we drove down to Al-Awir, where our chargers are there, driven all the way to Dib al-Fajira, all the way to Ras al-Khayma, and back. No issues at all, and there should be zero concern and zero worry on finding your next charger in Northern Emirates. What are we planning to do is the same. Deploying networks in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Sharjah across the country, where finding a charger shouldn't be something that you're worried about. So as of today, we have 185 charging points. 200 charging points will be deployed. We are at the final phases of commissioning those chargers by the end of the year. Now, what have we contributed so far to the environment and to UAE? We're very proud that we'll be sharing that some figures that we are very proud of, which is when it comes to CO2 reductions, we have reduced and avoided emissions of what's equal to 770 tons of CO2. That is equal to planting 35,000 trees. Imagine the space that you require to plant 35,000 trees. Imagine the water, the time that you require. UAV have achieved this, and this is only until September. With the numbers and the targets that we have, by 2030, this will be equal to planting more than 1 million trees. So we are very proud of this. Noise reduction. I know maybe the V8 engine lovers, they will not like this, that we've reduced the noise, but this is something that we are proud of. We reduced the noise of 90,000 trips, which is equal to 40 million quieter kilometers driven across the country. Imagine this only happened in 1 year. What can we do over the next 5 years? Government alignment is something that we are very proud of, that we consider ourselves as an enabler. So we are an enabler for you as a partner to achieve the federal standards. For example, the net zero 20 by 50. We are proud to be an enabler for you if you are following the local standards like the RTA Green Mobility. If you want to follow the international standards like the LEED certifications, we support you in that as well. So those are real data showing you how much of an impact we've been having as UAEV today on the environment in the UAE. Here are some examples of our EV charging infrastructure. As you can see, we have charging stations at convenience spot. Over here, you can see one of our chargers, which is located in Emirat stations. And by the way, Emirat is one of our strategic partners. Most of the charging stations of fueling stations of Emirat, we do have our chargers in, so you can park your car, charge it at the same time, enjoy your coffee in Starbucks, or enjoy the amazing entertainment system that you have in your EV. It's up to you. So we provide all this. Another example here is our EV hub. So mini EV hub, sorry. The mini hub is basically what we have delivered in Ras Al Khaimah and Marjan Island, where you will have high-speed chargers there dedicated for the visitors to that part of Ras Al Khaimah. So whether you are someone who is staying in the roof hotel, which is over there, or you are someone who enjoys the sea view, like my friend Bogdan, he enjoys the sea view, so you can enjoy it while you're charging your car. Or if you're like Rediana, who likes to play paddle, you can play paddle next to it. So all the requirements and all the needs are met, and what makes it a great user experience. Fleet Hub is something we pay a close attention to. It's a very important part of the government initiatives on achieving the net zero by 2050. We've seen some serious steps and initiatives taken by the government entities, the taxi companies, the limousine companies in electrifying their fleets. And we are proud to become an enabler for them. So this example over here is what we have done and customize it for Rakta. Now, Ras Al Khaimah Transport Authority, they've taken some serious steps towards electrifying their fleets. And this infrastructure, part of the infrastructure that we have designed purely to meet the requirements of Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah, to Rakta and Ras Al Khaimah. This is the future of electrification. We'll get to it by the end of the presentation. Here's a list of the partnerships that we have done. We have gained their trust so far. UAEV is a newly established company, and with that in mind, it was once you establish like a strategic partnership and an infrastructure, this is a very long partnership. It's not something that you do for a year or two, and we have succeeded in gaining the trust of these are some of the government entities, the private sectors that we have gained their trust and partnering with us to become their EV infrastructure supporter and enabler. So to start with Rakta, as mentioned, Emirat. Recently, we have signed with the Community Development Authority. Her Excellency Hassa Abu Hamid have shown a great support. And she is a strong believer also in the importance of contributing or supporting the sustainable mobility within the community. So very soon you will see our chargers and chargers network across the CDA locations. We have contributed also to the educational sector. So with higher colleges of technology, Al Quwain University, we have our chargers deployed there to support the students and the facility also. One of our first shopping malls where we deployed our charger is going to be commissioned within the next few weeks is Wafi, and we're very proud of that. Add to it Ras Al Khaimah municipality and many others. Overall, we're talking about having more than 369 locations that we have access to deploy our chargers over the next 5 years, inshallah. And definitely there is more to come. Now, why UAEV? What makes UAEV so special? Now, if you look at, there are different things that we can mention here, but what I would like to focus on today is, first of all, what we have provided to our customers, a unique experience. One is our application. We're very proud of how user-friendly is our application today. We carefully designed it, and we've been getting a lot of positive feedback on our application. And I invite you all, please, to download our application, check the application, and please, and we're welcoming any sort of positive, constructive feedback. We're willing to always improve. The selection of the chargers, we're very, very careful when it comes to selecting the chargers. We ensure that we deploy nothing but the best when you are deploying the chargers, because we are a government-owned CPO. One incident means a disaster to us. So we are very careful when we are choosing our chargers, and we choose nothing but the best. When it comes to our partners' reliability, you would ask me, Badr, and say, how can you get such trust from the partners? You're saying that you got almost 369 locations. Your list of partners is growing in less than a year. How do you do that? There are many reasons. One of them is our business model, and what we offer to our partners is quite unique. So what we offer you is no capex required. So zero capex from your side. We handle it as a full funded deployment model. We have a dedicated account manager, And last but not least, which is something we are very proud of, is because you can have chargers across the country. I can say I have 10,000 chargers, but are your chargers working? What is the uptime of those chargers? We are proud that our chargers today uptime is at least at 98% uptime, and it gets to 99. Now, the announcement that we'd like to make from WETEX here to UAE and to the world, which we believe will be a key milestone in the ecosystem we are creating for the EV in United Arab Emirates. We'll go back in history. Now, where did this mobility, or when did the mobility started in United Arab Emirates? I see a lot of my friends here and colleagues who are in the car business. Roberto, how are you? Good to see you. So the first car actually was by Mr. Sarkal in the 20s in Dubai. But the official start of the mobility in United Arab Emirates, it started back in the 60s, where the first petrol station was officially opened, and it was by BP. So the journey started from there. And in the States, it started in the 1800s with Bowser. This was one of the first fueling stations. Now let's move from the 60s to 2012. So 2012, the UAE started the journey of sustainable mobility by deploying the first DC charger in Masdar city. Then by 2015, DEWA installed 100 EV chargers, what they call it the Green Chargers Initiative, in Dubai. Then Ittihad Water Electricity, or what was known at that time as FIWA, deployed their first chargers in Northern Emirates, and the first charger was in Ajman. 2023, we're moving fast. We're fast forwarding in the sustainable mobility events. 2023 is the National Electric Vehicle Policy that was announced by the ministry. 2024 is when UAEV was founded through a joint venture that happened between the Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure, Ittihad Water Electricity. 2025, UAEV has the largest EV infrastructure in Northern Emirates. What's next? Today we are proud to announce our first EV charging hub, which will be located in Ajman. As you can see, the design is quite unique. The design is done by Pininfarina, the designers of Ferrari. So when we are deploying, or when we are launching an EV hub in any emirate, any city, we're not just creating another set of chargers that are there for your car. No, we're creating an iconic building, a new landmark. So we are very proud when we say that we are creating a new landmark starting with Ajman, and there will be one hub at least in every emirate across the 7 emirates, inshallah. What makes it different? How we are setting this new benchmark in the EV infrastructure in the Middle East, not only in the UAE. First, we have a capacity to charge up to 20 cars, and this number will definitely increase, but for this first one, we'll have 20 cars. In 1 hour, the charging hub, or this EV hub, could generate enough energy to drive the length of UAE 20 times. Smart charging experience, those are things that are very unique. If you compare it, and we are confident when we say this, we're confident in even comparing it to any EV charging hubs across the world even. So we have a smart EV charging experience. We're talking about customer-centric applications. We're talking about queuing system. We're talking about plug and charge, auto charge, reservation, all are powered, all are AI driven. So it's a quite experience on this new landmark that we are creating in the ecosystem of United Arab Emirates for electric vehicles. Here are some images of what we are going to launch end of this year. So very soon, you will all be invited to attend the opening of it. Here is also, now definitely this is designed in a way where you will, the entrance and the exit of the EV hub will be smooth. So this is designed for you if you are commuting to work and you want to charge your car, you will enjoy it. If you are taking your kids, your family on a road trip and you're planning to charge, you will have all the amenities that you require, and it will be a great experience for everyone. And you can definitely see this even through the design. We did not just design something for charging the car. That we are quite confident that we have the best chargers, but the overall environment that we have created for everyone to enjoy and have the best experience while using our chargers. So here is another example also. You can see the mix of the greenery with the water features. It all adds to the positive experience you'll be having once you arrive to the EV hub. Now here are some images. By the way, those are old images. A lot more happened, but we're keeping something in our sleeves for your next time, inshallah, when you visit us. As you can see, this is how what the canopies look like. There is one which is ready. So to conclude, UAEV is not only about deploying chargers. We're not only about deploying chargers. We are here to create the ecosystem which will enable you as a fleet company, a company that is organizing fleets or handling fleets, taxis. We are an enabler for you to electrify your fleet. We are an enabler for you, the car manufacturer, in selling more EVs. We are an enabler for you who as an individual and you want to change from driving an internal combustion engine to electric. So we're creating this ecosystem where it will support everyone to contribute to sustainable mobility. UAEV, even though it's less than 2 years old, but we are very proud with the achievements that we have done in such a short period. This takes other companies in other parts of the world maybe decades to achieve. So we are very proud of all what we have achieved, all what the team have achieved, and this is only the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Badr Al-Awadi. Now, we will announce the prize winner. Ms. Muna Ali, please proceed to the registration desk to receive your prize. The next session will be at 12:30.
Dr. Bol.
on powering green transport. The UAE's journey to net zero depends on a strong EV ecosystem, from policy and infrastructure to consumers, distributors, and long-term strategy. Our panel today brings together leaders shaping every part of this chain, and it is my pleasure to welcome them. Thank you so much for being with us today to talk about such a topical issue. And I want to start with Mrs. Jassim. If you could please tell us about the RTA's efforts in electrification of taxis, buses, and last mile solutions within Dubai's green mobility and its net zero vision.
Thank you, Ramya. So RTA's strategic direction aims to be the lead in sustainable transport. And in line with this strategy, we have a long-term strategy for having a zero carbon emission fleet from public transport buses, taxis, as well as limo service. This strategy is a unique strategy because it is pioneer in the region, and it's also not only including the vehicles, but also the infrastructure that supports public transportation. So it also includes the buildings, the street lighting, as well as the waste management from the different services and activities that are performed and happening in RTA. So this strategy is aiming to having zero emissions of public transport buses, hopefully by 2050, and zero emission taxis and limo service by 2040. If you speak today, more than 70% of the taxi and limo service at the city is transformed to green vehicles, which is a great accomplishment. And inshallah, in 2040, all of these vehicles will be reaching to zero emissions, either electrical or hydrogen, by 2040. When it comes to public transport buses, we were pioneer in testing and trying different types of electric buses to see the range, the durability, the customer service impact, and the different parameters that are essential for us to decide for the way forward for transforming our fleet. Thankfully, as a result of these trials, we've established the standards for the region that are not only used in the city, but across the region as the North Star for transforming to electric buses. Already 40 buses are in the pipeline to be in operational phase soon, inshallah, and that will lead the way to having full electrical and hydrogen buses by 2050.
Very ambitious goals, and the RTA is already well on its way to achieving its aspirations. And Mr. Al-Breiki, with regional governments setting these very ambitious sustainability targets, what type of policy framework do you believe is really most effective for large-scale EV adoption, and how can incentives and regulations accelerate the transition?
Yeah, so the UAE 2030 green agenda is very ambitious. And for fleets as such, to grow into this domain, the regulation, they have to adopt, a gradual regulation and precise incentives. Now, for the past decade, the EV vehicles have evolved. Now they have faster chargings, they have cheaper prices. It makes sense to go into that domain. And the regulator, they're very ambitious. You saw with their targets, 2027 all the vehicles should be hybrid, 2030 30% of the fleet should be electrified, and by 2040 it should be all EVs. They started gradually by introducing different incentives in terms of SALIC waves, ease on registration, and in Dubai Taxi, we were aligned with this strategy, and we were early adapters. Since 2017, we launched the first 200 limo fleet with a single driver. Today, we're standing at around 1,000 limo and taxi with double shift, which is very ambitious, very difficult to achieve, but we achieved it by aligning with the regulator.
full EV adoption by 2040. We're looking forward to seeing that come to fruition. And Mr. Hazawi, from your vantage point at Gargash Group, what are the key strategic drivers for accelerating EV adoption in the UAE?
There are several drivers that are important. Number one is, as my colleague mentioned here, the government policies, which is the Net Zero 2050, is a top-down approach that will bring all public and private sector working and focused on what we need to do in terms of electrification. So that's number one around the government policy. Number two, consumer incentives, allowing consumers to get free parking or get certain accesses around tolls and all of that. That does help the adoption. Number three is around the infrastructure. People want to still feel safe if they're going from a point A to point B, that they can find reliable infrastructure that is available to them and that is also convenient. So these are the elements that I see as a driver, and also more partnerships between OEMs. Obviously, we're a general distributor here, and I'm sure our colleagues are also have visibility around what the OEMs are doing, the models that are coming in the next few years. So having that alignment with the government will help us accelerate that adoption and how fast the network needs to improve.
Really interesting to see how the private sector really aligns its strategies with the national vision. And Mr. Colucci, I'd like to ask you about the role that automotive distributors and group companies like AW Rostomani play in shaping the UAE's EV ecosystem.
Yeah, well, at AWR, we are not only, let's say, bringing new products, new brands, but also, and I refer to what Mr. Badr from UAV was saying in the previous panel, we're also trying to help building that ecosystem. So, for example, we are working on partnerships with companies like, for example, UAV when it comes to charging stations and the charging infrastructure in general. But also we're working with OEMs to bring products that are a good fit for the market. Because normally what you see today is generally a big influx of vehicles that come directly from China. But actually what we do at AWR is we work together and along with the OEM to bring those vehicles that are in fact tested, extensively tested in the UAE, because the weather conditions might affect in fact the performances of these vehicles. Because ideally what you want as a client, especially a client that's approaching an EV for the first time, is that you want to have a reliable vehicle. You want to choose, and you want to choose a vehicle that's gonna be with you for the next 4, 5, 6 years. So again, what we're doing is we're working vertically within AWR to roll out charging stations, to bring new products, new models within those brands, Zeekr and Smart, for example, that we have as of today, but also we're working as partners with local entities to shape the future of electric mobility in the UAE.
So distribution really plays a pivotal role in bridging technology and consumer adoption. And Mr. Nahmi, tell us about consumer demand evolving for hybrid vehicles in the luxury and the high performance segment in particular. And what are the main barriers that you see to widespread adoption?
Definitely, we can see the improvement when it comes to hybrid and EV sales in the UAE particularly. Now we can see that the consumer become more and more familiar with the technology. And having the combination of two, if I'm talking about the hybrid, you have a high performance car at the same time, better range when it comes to the total range. So this is a lot of benefits that the consumer can get versus the normal ICE engines. And now with the education and more the customers are more familiar with these technologies. To be honest, I can see that demand is getting higher. That's why my colleagues and many other also, they are investing a lot when it comes to this technology. Mainly the challenge is still the price point versus the normal ICE engine. Definitely between the dealers and the OEM with their support I can see that the future will be way better by reducing the prices and be more competitive.
So as we can see, the vision is really set, but achieving these goals relies heavily on public-private partnerships, doesn't it? Mrs. Jassim, tell us about how the RTA is considering PPP models to accelerate the transformation to EV.
So a key goal for Dubai Economic Agenda D33 is to double the size of Dubai economy in the next 10 years. And one of the key pillars of this strategy is to make Dubai as one of the top 3 cities in the world. It also will result in having a green and sustainable manufacturing industry in the city. It also aims to increase the investment from the private sector into the public sector project to double or to increase from 790 million in the past 10 years to be 1 trillion in the coming 10 years. Now, on the same basis, RTA also adopted the concept of collaboration and partnership with private sector to enable implementation of mega projects when it comes to greener and more sustainable future. For example, we have the partnership with the autonomous car manufacturing companies from different parts of the globe. So we have the partnership with Pony AI, Apollo, and WeRide to try and implement commercial service for autonomous taxis, hopefully in 2026. And that will be a lead or pioneer service across the region. Also, when it comes to electrifying or let's say to having more sustainable energy for infrastructure, we collaborated with the private sector to install solar panels or solar cells on 22 of our buildings that are supporting the operations of RTA. And that, of course, resulted into having savings of more than 2 million dirhams from the money that is used for electricity bills for these buildings. So definitely, collaboration with private sector is the key for the way forward. It is impossible to have those ambition strategies implemented only with the support or with the only support of the government industry.
So these PPPs are really the key enabler of the scale that we're seeing. And Mr. Al-Breiki, how critical would you say PPPs are in building out EV charging infrastructure across the MENA region? And what lessons can Dubai Taxi Company share from its experience in doing so?
Yeah, so private and public partnership is very important. And I would like to congratulate Dubai Taxi. Today we just signed now with a big partnership with DEWA of spreading over 350 supercharging stations just for our fleet.
350 supercharger
so
stations.
this will not happen, without, this close cooperation, because our business to grow as a fleet, you need high uptime, high utilization. That will not happen with the traditional charging. So with our partners, and with the value chain, the OEMs, the charging partners, it becomes possible. In DTC, we believe that, we need to partner with and try different kind of models that will make the journey comfortable for our customer and make the best ROI on our investments.
Wonderful, congratulations once again. And real-world operational lessons really add so much depth to these discussions. Mr. Hazawi, how can automotive groups, energy companies, and governments better align their strategies to ensure charging networks expand in line with the demand?
So most of the OEMs are doubling down on EVs, and it used to be, and cost of batteries is going down, so the car basically costs less to produce. Now they're adding a lot of the Chinese model, whether we represent or our colleague represents, are adding all the bells and whistles for consumer to really like the car and make that purchase. Hence, adoption is going to be on the rise. We see models that haven't even reached in the UAE, and they are quite interesting pricing point, and they will certainly have some level of adoption. So between these three parties, whether government, OEMs, and energy companies, is really having a framework where we can all collaborate together to deploy the charging stations. Now today, multiple family offices, should I really deploy my own charging station or not? I'm selling EVs. We do about 15% of EVs in the UAE, or should I just wait for the government to do it? These questions are happening all around the UAE. Having an open discussion around, okay, let's all maybe collaborate, whether certain brands collaborating together or directly with the government, and let's deploy that infrastructure that enables people to charge anywhere around the UAE. Number two is allowing investors to make that private companies to be much more active than the government. So getting companies coming in, deploying money, and making sure that they have an understanding of their ROIs for the next 7 to 10 years, so they can really make that large-scale investment. We've seen some players doing that, which is good, but I think we need more of that.
So the alignment across sectors is what's determining these initiatives that succeed and the initiatives that don't ultimately. Mr. Colucci, how are you collaborating with technology providers, energy companies, or regulators to accelerate EV integration?
See, I will tackle this question going one level deeper on what I was saying before. So again, at AWR, we're trying to put together the ecosystem. So of course, naturally, we partner up with companies as UAV, but also ADNOC, for example, for what concerns Abu Dhabi and their charging network, and then Charge and Go from Etisalat. And this is only from the EV charging perspective. But ultimately, as you're correctly saying, also energy companies are very relevant, because at the end of the day, what we want is really to build this, let's say, green ecosystem, whereby you're not only buying an electric vehicle, but while driving that electric vehicle, you can also save or consume clean energy, whereby a charging station gets, in fact, operated along with solar panels, for example. So there is another effort that we're doing in that sense, and there are efforts that we're doing also when it comes to the technology side of it. Today, a customer that's buying an EV normally wants to have a more digital experience, we can say, or a more digitally oriented experience. And that's why, for example, if you go on the Zeekr website today, you can already purchase a vehicle completely online. So the full process is online. You can buy a car and then get in touch with our team for the delivery of the vehicle. But also what we're doing is we're working alongside educational institutes, for example, the Higher College of Technology, because the technology that comes in the vehicles will love to be maintained in the future. So Higher College of Technology today is training your students of mechanical and electrical engineering on Zeekr vehicles for them to understand how to maintain and how to service an electric vehicle in the future. And then, let's say, when it comes to the customer centricity, what we're doing is also we're working and we're bringing together another part of the ecosystem or other parts of the ecosystem. For example, insurance companies, to prevent these premiums for electric and Chinese vehicles to go high. So ultimately to make EVs more affordable already for UAE customers, but also give our customers peace of mind through a network of used cars, whereby, let's say, in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you already know what will be the residual value of the system. Because ultimately, again, what's relevant today when you launch a new brand, a new electric brand, is to have that value chain secured for the customer to, again, make the decision with peace of mind.
And great to see collaboration being pushed across that entire value chain. Just building on that, Mr. Nahmi, what design and range and performance features do you think are really most important to encouraging drivers to choose hybrid vehicles?
To be honest, I can see also from the design perspective, because having an EV car or plug-in hybrid or hybrid, this gives the freedom to the designer to really come up with something very, very advanced in terms of design. And very attractive. If we can see now, most of the electric are really advanced in terms of the design language, and this is the first appealing the customer. And second, also because of this kind of freedom, when you enter in an EV car, you can see also a beautiful dashboard, big screens. The technology is on top, very, very advanced, versus, again, if I'm going to compare it with the ICE, they are less complicated, as you can see. and very, very attractive when it comes to the first impression. So yes, being and seeing what's happening now, we can see that really the freedom that these designers have, there is no limit now. And seeing an electric car today, really, it's like seeing something that what's coming next. And every time we see something really impressive. So definitely the future is bright.
We're already driving the future, we could say. And that design performance balance is what really wins consumers over, isn't it? So once infrastructure is there, the real test is consumer confidence and market readiness. Mrs. Jassim, from a regulatory and a governance perspective, how is RTA working to recognize and to accredit the efforts of Dubai's commercial transport industry in sustainable mobility?
So in RTA, we'll go beyond just implementing green and electric vehicles in our fleet. We try to establish the ecosystem to encourage commercial and logistics sector into the same environment. We need to understand that globally, 23% of the emissions are due to transportation. So reducing this amount of emissions will not only have a major impact just only on the environment, it will enhance the quality of life, the health, and the general, public health. So it's important to establish a full system to encourage not only the public sector to adopt and implement EV or green fleet or green vehicles, but also to encourage the private sector. And how we are doing that? For example, this year in WETEX exhibition, we are launching a new initiative which is called the Eco Fleet platform. It's an electronic platform where companies who have a fleet of vehicles can register voluntarily on this platform. And how it works, basically, the companies who voluntarily have electric vehicles or hydrogen or hybrid vehicles in their fleet or in their system can register and can be recognized with certificates that are awarded by RTA. This will encourage a competitive environment between the companies who are aiming to achieve the sustainable development goals and have more kind of sustainable approach in their strategy and operational regime. We are trying to encourage the companies by establishing that competitive environment and enabling a work stream or a work regime that is not just working on adopting green technologies, but also innovating and implementing them.
And Mr. Albreki, as one of the real pioneers in EV adoption in public transport, how is Dubai Taxi Company helping to build consumer trust and set industry benchmarks for wider EV growth in Dubai?
I don't think it will be that difficult for the customers to adapt to the electric vehicles, like my colleague said. So the journey within an EV vehicle, it's more comfortable. The vehicles are more luxurious now, safer. All the vehicles are equipped with high ADAS, systems, and more reliable because there's less moving parts, available. So electric vehicles adoption actually it's happening naturally between the customers. They're not only going after a greener trip. It's a more comfortable, more reliable, more safer trip. And at the end of the day, it's a profitable trip for DTC because even the prices of these vehicles went down now. So it's a win-win for both customers and the company.
It's happening naturally. It's a natural and a logical transition that we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Mr. Hazawi, what role does long-term policy certainty really play in creating the confidence that businesses such as yours need to invest in green mobility?
Investor needs to have a long-term visibility around public policy. So if they're going to deploy capital, they need to understand a little bit where the sector is going to be in 5 to 10 years. Without having that visibility, it becomes difficult for them to invest. I think the UAE has done a tremendous job in terms of communicating and really pushing that agenda. A lot of things are available for investors to read through, but a lot of what DIWA is doing, what RTA is doing also in Hayom, they are doing great job in terms of really engaging with most of the players and stakeholders in this market.
And, certainly it's so important that policy itself aligns with your business's strategic goals. And if the promises that are made are fulfilled, it just strengthens you and inspires you to do more business. Isn't that right? And Mr. Colucci, tell us about the business models from leasing to subscription services that are most effective in driving EV adoption and to scaling.
Yeah, as I was saying before, today there is still a bit of uncertainty when it comes to EVs and for the customers to be able to choose the right one. So what we are observing at AWS Tamani is that, for example, our customers are currently preferring to get their EVs through a leasing model, whereby they get the vehicle, they might or might not pay a down payment, they use the vehicle, and then they could eventually replace after 3, 4, 5 years. This is because, of course, this prevents eventually a drop in the prices from affecting the residual value of the vehicle. However, also what we are observing is that the subscription model, which is now very popular in other geographies, for example, in Europe, whereby you just basically pay as you drive, we might say, is also gathering interest from the expats living in the UAE. However, I would say it's still very dominant that part of the clientele that prefers to own a vehicle, either through a direct purchase or, for example, through banks. Because again, as I was saying before, there is sort of a feeling that the residual value that's protected from a distributor, which can guarantee eventually a buyback through their used network, is, let's say, as fair as, for example, what I would get eventually buying through a leasing or a subscription model.
So business models can make or break adoption regardless of the technology. And Mr. Nahmi, how can dealerships and after-sales networks adapt their services to better support hybrid vehicle owners compared to traditional combustion engine owners?
Definitely, we have to be ready. And when I said ready in infrastructure and trainings, our team has to be at a top level when it comes to execution all the proper trainings for the technicians, and we have to make sure that we have the latest advanced tools also to support our client. And definitely having the UAE, and we can see the market is getting more and more evolving when it comes to EV. We have to ensure that we are available also in all the Emirates, not only focusing on one or two big, let me say, like Dubai or Abu Dhabi. No, we have to be everywhere. And at the end, the most important is to gain the consumer trust by supporting them with the sales, and not only, and very strong after sales when it comes to the warranty, the parts, and assuring that the services is always available for them. And this is again is building the trust. And we at the Elite Group Holding, for us, the customers is the top priority. And this is not only, as we can say, that it's a matter of sale. No, it's a building the relationship and educating the customers. And this is what we basically do.
So after sales often have a deeper impact on customers than the car itself, we could say. Now that consumer confidence, let's set the stage for innovation, resilience, and the opportunities ahead. Mrs. Jassam, what are the 3 key challenges that you feel are facing the transformation to EV? Are there any major challenges?
That's what I was about to say, that there is already a natural transition towards electric vehicles, as my colleague Ammar said. And the numbers are exponentially growing from what it was before. And I would say maybe around 2019 to what is after 2021. However, there are still some challenges that need to be addressed to maybe, I would say, faster transition, and to assure that the results and the objectives that are met to accomplish from this transition are actually achieved. So the first challenge, I would say, is the balancing between technology advancement and the implementation. One of the key hurdles for us to implement a new technology is the testing and the trial period of it. Due to the nature of the region and the uniqueness of the environment that we have, it takes us longer to implement some technologies, as we have to make sure that all the testing and all the parameters are thoroughly tested to make sure that are suitable for the environment in the Gulf. That will also take into consideration the customer satisfaction throughout the year, not only in the colder month. There is also a fact that we have to understand and acknowledge, which is there is no one single entity that is responsible. It's a collaborative approach. So even within the government entities, it's a collaborative approach to establish the ecosystem, including the infrastructure, the availability of the vehicle, the incentives, and of course, the legislation to use and implement these vehicles and to have a smoother transition. As we spoke earlier, the support from the private sectors is essential. So the model of implementing PPP into implementation of such technologies is essential and crucial for faster and easier implementation. And last but not least, there is no one single answer. So always the question is it EV or hybrid? Is it hybrid or hydrogen? There is no one single answer. It should be a combination of both. And by time, the technology by itself will prove itself. But most importantly, the source of the energy also should be clean. So the source of the electricity, the source of the hydrogen also should be considered in the full life cycle of the equation to assure that we are sustainable from cradle to cradle.
Well, identifying these challenges is the first step towards real solutions. And Mr. Albreki, we have charging downtime, grid capacity, and station availability as pressing challenges for large fleets. How is DTC tackling these issues today? And tell us about the innovative solutions that you see driving readiness for mass EV adoption in the future.
Yeah, so we understand this, rapid adoption of the EV vehicles. It's really stressing the network. That's why, in DTC, we're piloting lots of fleet management solutions that will allow the drivers to pick the right moment, to go and charge. And we're reshuffling the shifts of the drivers so we don't charge all at the same time. We're experimenting with different solutions where we store power where it's off peak and we can use it. But it's all of these things in the pilot phase. And I don't think, it's a quick solution. It will develop over time. And these challenges, I think we will resolve. But the adoption is very fast. And everybody's cooperating and everybody wants to meet the target set by the regulators and the UAE. And I think it's a beautiful cooperation.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Hazawi, looking ahead to 2030, what opportunities and what risks do you see shaping the EV and charging ecosystem across this region?
I'll answer that in two steps. I'll share also a little bit, because we asked ourselves that question last year. And we were getting a lot more EQs, whether on the Mercedes side or whether on the GAC side. And we made the decision as a company to be very serious when it comes to our ESG. So we worked on that. We put the team together. We issued our first report. We deployed 2 megawatts of sites already on solar. We have another 10 coming up in the pipeline. So we started getting a lot of the initiatives even on the financing side. We did a green financing loan. We also did an SLL loan, so we're joining some of the few family business that crossed that line. So we really put a lot of seriousness around that ESG part. There are many opportunities coming ahead, and a lot of the stakeholders we work with, it's also an important agenda. It's important for us. It's also important for all the stakeholders we work with, whether locally or internationally. The EVs will continue to grow. We look at even our own sales data year on year. This is growing, and even the public data that's available. So EV will continue to grow. I think that's really the opportunity. Chinese cars will come in a lot more aggressive, and we touched base on that in terms of really getting more market share and penetrating that EV. Risk I see is really around network and infrastructure needs to scale. Mm-hmm. It's scaling, it's doing well. UAE is one of the leading probably country, and Dubai is leading that effort. But we need to continue making sure that we're doubling down in that effort, because you're going to have a big chunk of our fleet. There is about 1 million fleet, I believe, in Dubai. more and more of that fleet is going to become electric.
And expanding on that, Mr. Colucci, where do you see the biggest opportunities for innovation in charging technology or infrastructure deployment?
I would say today, again, we need to look at things from the perspective of the customer, right? And ultimately what we want to give to our customers or to those customers that decide to approach EVs is that easiness in the operations, for example, when it comes to charging. So, and again, I refer to the previous panel, auto charging and plug and charge are technologies that will definitely facilitate customers when they approach EVs, because the ease of mind of just going to a charging port and being able to plug in your vehicle and then just leave without having to deal with credit cards nor applications or anything similar, of course, is a big step towards, let's say, a more user-friendly approach to mobility. But also, and we see a lot of new technologies coming in terms of, for example, speed of charging, which is also very relevant. Ultimately, already from a few years ago, and I was working in the EV charging industry, we see charging stations that are way more powerful. We moved from, let's say, 50 kilowatt DC chargers to 400 kilowatt DC chargers, which now means that the time that we spend while driving to a different destination when charging is, of course, way less. For example, in 10 minutes, we can get, let's say, from 0 to 80% of charge. So these are the main technologies, as well as, of course, these new trends in the batteries in general, whereby we will be able to drive more kilometers with one charge only. So there are a few trends to follow, and I believe this will be really important when it comes to develop a more sustainable transportation.
And this is how innovation can really be a game changer for adoption. Mr. Nahmi, from your experience, tell us how important education and awareness is in helping customers to really understand the true benefits of hybrids, especially in comparison to some of the myths and the misconceptions that we have about hybrids.
It's very important to educate the customer. First, we have to start educating and put a lot of effort internally when it comes to training our team from sales to after sales, because at the end, they are the first impression to the customer. Educating your team is very important. Today's technology, not like 50, 40 years back. So they have to be up to the game. By educating your team, then you're translating this to the consumer. What is the benefit of having a hybrid car is, again, is the range, is the combination of power, how the car also, the ride is smooth, and definitely it's cost effective on a long term. So today, if you buy, let's say, a plug-in hybrid car with the range, you save a lot versus the petrol engine car, because of, again, of the high range versus the other one. So this education is very, very important, and you need really to be on top of it. How is, again, educating your team, your after-sales team, and by evolving all the time with your marketing team, and just not only the focus is selling cars, no, the focus is all the time, because it's always evolving. So new technologies are coming all the time. Today, still the fear with the customer, okay, what will happen after my warranty expired? So if something happened to my battery, let's say, what will be the cost? So if we look at 10 years back, the cost of batteries was very expensive. Today is getting less and less. And definitely in the future, we can see with all what's coming in the world, especially from the Chinese big OEMs. So with this fierce competition, all the prices are getting really lower than before. And today, some of the models in our lineup, for example, if we compare the ICE engine versus plug-in hybrid, even the retail price somehow is similar. So again, education is very important, and it all starts from the team that is running the chauffeur.
Selfishly, we're not complaining about the lower prices of cars. Thank you so much. We have run out of time, unfortunately, but just one quick question to each of our panelists. In one sentence, the single most important step that will accelerate the UAE's transition to green mobility within the next 5 years. تفضل.
Fast charging network available.
Definitely, I agree with my colleague, and the accessibility in all the Emirates. So we need to ensure that the consumer is really supported by having all the stations nearby, and similar to the way how we think, okay, we have on the way 20 petrol stations. So this concept needs to be shifted on the way to Dubai and Abu Dhabi. We have plenty of stations that we can charge our car very fast and without any hassle.
I will have to agree with them. I mean, it's only fast charging.
Well, I would say, and I refer to what happened in other geographies, the US, China, and Europe, government incentives play a major role.
Yeah.
If we want to do this transition, we can't just look at the balance sheets or the P&Ls, but we will have to, let's say, push retail customers to adopt electric vehicles.
Two words: integrated policies and collaboration.
Oh, thank you so much. It was wonderful to have you with us today. Thank you so much for your insights. I think that what we've seen today is that with collaboration, the UAE can power the future of green transport. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Should we have a photo? Yeah. Should we stand here?
We'd like to thank our moderator and panelists on this insightful discussion. Announcing the prize winner, Philip and G, please pass by the registration desk to receive your award. The next session will start at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will explore next-generation grid resilience, the VPAC Alliance software, defined architecture for virtualized substation automation. Please welcome Mr. Brant Heap, the Director of Protection, Automation and Control at VPAC Alliance.
Thank you for having me here this afternoon. So as mentioned, my name is Brant Heap. I am the Director of Protection, Automation, and Control at a utility in the United States. And I will touch on that briefly here in some of my future slides. So today I'm going to share a little bit about the VPAC Alliance and how the VPAC Alliance is really reimagining protection, automation, and control systems. And really redefining what the future VPAC systems are and why. And so with that, I would like to start with a simple truth that I think all of us would agree to, and that is that the grid that we've built the past century will not work for this next century. So what we've been doing in the past in this grid transformation, it will not work for that. And so that's what I'm going to touch on here. Next slide. All right, so starting off with the VPAC Alliance. So I am currently chair of the VPAC Alliance. And really, what is the VPAC Alliance? So the VPAC Alliance is really a coalition of industry partners. It's the entire ecosystem needed to develop products for virtualized protection, automation, and control. And so really what we're doing is we're defining and building standard-based, open, secure, and interoperable VPAC systems. And so just earlier, about an hour ago, it was announced that DEWA is joining the VPAC Alliance as well. And so I'm super excited to be here for that event and then getting their participation on the Alliance. And so, but this really isn't about technology. This is really about ensuring that we are preparing and we're building a grid that is resilient and ready for the future. And so up on this screen is just a quick view of those Alliance members and logos from their respective companies. And so as you can see here, it includes utilities, vendors, and then as well as technology providers that are all part of this effort, all working towards a common goal to develop the next protection systems. And so for me, and being in a place here in Dubai, this is my first time being here. And so then participating with DEWA and them joining the Alliance, it really kind of resembles, you know, the innovative side that I see here in Dubai, and really a place that I see as a front runner to really provide that technology evolution and leader in this part of the country. And so really global alliance. And so I'm appreciative for all the support that we're gathering across the nation. So a little bit more about my company that provides a little bit more credibility to why I'm part of the Alliance. So again, the Alliance is really a coalition of people that are coming from different organizations and different companies for a common goal, but we all have day jobs. And so, as mentioned, I'm the director of our Protection, Automation, and Control at SRP, which is one of the nation's largest public power utility in the United States. And we are both a power and water company, and so that draws some resemblance to DEWA here as well. And we have about, it's not on this slide, but we're about 8.5 gigawatts is our load at this moment. And then we serve about 2 million customers across our water and power side. And then we deliver about 800,000 acre feet of water annually. This is actually one of our dams in the background that you see there. That is a Theodore Roosevelt dam. And that's really how our company got started back in the early 1900s, about 1903, 1904. The landowners in the area pledged their land as collateral to the United States government to actually have this dam built. And that dam was built on what was called the Salt River Project. And so that's how the company actually got established from there. But really, so kind of back to it, I'm looking forward to the partnership that we've got here from DEWA, and really how we can work together with the rest of the Alliance to really build that next generation protection and control systems, really modernizing those systems that are secure, and I'd say kind of the lifeline that I would see as the future for our power system. Stepping back to why are electric utilities and others across the industry, the power industry, looking into things like virtualized protection? We all have the same reason here, and that's really what's represented on this slide, and that is this grid transformation. So we're all facing this. We're all facing this. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. I've got the opportunity to travel to a few different places this last year as part of the Alliance, meeting with different utilities across the globe, and we all struggle with how do we meet that energy transition. And so that's what you see on here, and really what we're looking at the top is the energy transition. And for SRP, we're a vertically integrated utility, and so this is all the way from our customers and then to our markets, to where we buy and sell power as well. And so from A to Z there, we're seeing a change. And along with this comes a digital transformation. So we've been hearing it. It doesn't matter what part of the industry you participate in. You go to shows like this, there's a lot of talk about the digital transformation. And so really, what is that? And to each of us, it's a little bit different. But really, what I want to express here, this digital transformation, as we're seeing how we have to adapt to the overall grid transformation, it really is back to that understanding that I opened with of we can't expect that today's protection, automation, and control systems will be the need for the future, that they will be able to provide us that flexibility, that interoperability, and really enable the grid transformation. So what we've been doing the past 100 years really will not work for this future transformation. And so that kind of going back to where have we been in the past? And that's what this slide really represents. And so we've all seen from electromechanical relays to some solid state relays and then down into microprocessor relays. We've seen this evolution where we've consolidated devices over time. So in our system at SRP, we still have about a third of our total devices that are still electromechanical. It's a little more than a third that we're still having to replace. And so that means we have a lot of those devices that are 50 or 60 years old. And those devices do not provide the information that we need to manage this technical grid of the future. And then how do these differ from, again, the microprocessor? Well, we consolidated those into the microprocessor when it first came out. And then from the microprocessor, we're seeing that consolidated more into centralization. And so I asked the question, what's the difference between centralization and virtualization? How are they different? That's a question a lot of folks struggle with, and I'm going to touch base on that. Before I do that, one of the things I failed to mention on the previous slide is really the OT strategy that SRP put together. And In each of your companies, when you talk about digital transformation, it's very critical and important that you develop a strategy around it, and that within your company, you know how that aligns all the way from the C-suite down to your employees. And that takes a lot of effort and time to get that in place. All right, moving back to the centralization standpoint. We move into virtualization. And centralized systems, they're similar to the existing traditional systems where they're most often a single vendor. So there's a product that gets provided to you that is both hardware and software that's integrated, and that vendor owns that ecosystem. And so that's something that you have to define, work with your vendors to pick that works for your solution. But now, how does that adapt to the future? How does it change? Whereas virtualized systems, it's a separation of that hardware and software. So you're separating the hardware to where now you can standardize that hardware. So you as a customer, a utility, power provider, can select the standardized hardware that works for your system. And then through middleware, you can install various softwares of your choosing as well. So really, you start to take that control back as the end customer and that power provider to where you can develop a solution that works best for your system and doesn't lock you in for the next 10, 20, 30 years on that. It's really flexible and adaptable from that aspect. And so that's the true difference between centralized and virtualized. So essentially a virtualized system, it is still a centralized concept. And so that's what you see on this slide here is you're taking the traditional substation where you would have different elements in your substation from transformers, lines, and each of those elements in today's system will have a protective device that's associated with those. Well, in a centralized and then virtualized, you start to put in a couple redundant servers, and then through software, you can build all of your protective devices to protect all of your elements within your substation. And I'll touch a little bit more on that. An interesting thing on here is if you've seen the substation digitalization, or you've heard talks about it over the past 2 decades, a lot of the focus was on eliminating the fiber, or eliminating the copper, going to fiber, as that was the focus. And so that is still a value and a benefit, but really the value and benefit is so much more now. And that really is, when we're talking about the virtualization of all of our applications and our systems and that flexibility there, and the data and information that it can manage, that's really where we start to get the value. And I'll talk about that here shortly. So this moves into business drivers, but before I go into those, the diagram that you see on here is a better representation of what does a virtualized system actually look like. And so on here, if you look between the 2 dashed lines, for the most part, that's the virtualized system, where you do have a couple redundant servers as the hardware, and you could scale that up to however many you need there. And then on those servers, again, using a hypervisor, you can now install different types of software. So your protection software, your SCADA software, even in our case, in our lab pilots and our field pilots, so our cybersecurity team, they have their software installed on it as well. And then this is where you open it up to even kind of what is the future of AI and what else can you do in that substation. So really, when you're looking at it, that the business drivers here, we're really building the resiliency and the flexibility of that grid of the future. So this will help us, integrate those distributed resources and this kind of flexible dynamic grid that we'll see changing so often. We start to build a system that can adapt to that. Cost and efficiency. So there's a significant improvement in cost and efficiency when you move to a virtualized system. And this often gets challenged at this early stage of the game, But I often like to liken it to all of those industries and partners out there that have already virtualized, for example, on the IT side of things, as well as the data center side. We're even seeing a lot of the car vehicle manufacturing moving that. And all of them are doing that, and they've been doing it for quite some time. And they've demonstrated the value and benefits of virtualizing. And really, we STEM to gain all of those same benefits on the protection and control. Although it's a little bit harder to do, and we have to build systems that are capable of providing the protection and control, which the traditional IT systems weren't. And that's what the VPAC Alliance is helping us do. So there's also improved safety and standardization. So the standardization is a big part. When you start to think of, you can move to standardized hardware in the substation, to where any substation you go to, you start to see a lot more consistency. And sure, that can be done today if you continuously use the same vendor, the same products, but some of us have challenge, especially when we purchase, new generating facilities, new substations from others, and it has a variety of vintages of technology on it. So really that standardization we could start to move to. So that then goes into the technology benefits. And so I'm going to cover some of the things I've talked about in the past, but back to the point of what's the business case and the value that our partners in IT. And I know if you're a protection engineer, mentioning IT is not a good thing to do. But our partners in IT really have been able to, the technology benefits, they've realized it. And that's why we've seen them move in that direction. So back to the redundancy and high availability, moving to a virtualized system creates that. So you talk about resiliency. If you had an issue with your substation, how quickly could you redeploy a virtualized system versus all of the independent individual boxes throughout that system? That's a lot quicker. Back to the dynamic resourcing and scheduling side of things, the management of all these devices. So whether you're centralizing, but then even moving to virtualizing, you can reduce the number of devices that you have out on your system. And now you can do things like snapshots, backups, and easily migrate when you need to move to a new server or new software. Those all become more easily managed from that perspective. All right, moving from there, moving into kind of the testing side. So this isn't just something that I'm talking about with no quantifiable results. We've actually been testing it. So we started at SRP doing this about 8 years ago. We ventured into the virtualization space and protection. And at that time, we didn't have the hardware, the software we need. And we had to develop kind of some rudimentary protection algorithms, working with some of our partners across the industry to develop that, to do a first initial proof of concept. And we were successful with that. And now we've moved in, again, through partners on the VPAC Alliance, where we actually do have a decent hardware that's out there that's capable of doing this today, that is substation hardened servers. And we have industry partners that have now provided us their software. And so where we've actually virtualized our protection and our SCADA software and installed it both in the lab and in the field. And through that, we have done thousands of tests and vetting this from end to end using hardware in the loop and putting that up against our standard protection and control systems. And so as we're testing it, we're doing it simultaneously. So as from our test sets, the voltages and currents and the faults that we run that go into our virtualized system, at the same time they're going to our standard system. And through hardware loop testing, we're getting measurements back all the way from when you trip the device and back into it. So we get the full round trip time. And this is just one snapshot of that. And much to our surprise, actually, this early on, in nearly all cases, the VPAC system outperforms the traditional protection and control systems when you talk about identifying the fault all the way out to tripping the fault and getting the information back in. And so we actually have real proof now that demonstrates this and the feasibility of it. And so where we're currently at is we have deployed it in one of our substations. It's running in parallel to our standard system. And we have the trips lifted on it right now. But we're evaluating, we're waiting for some more real system events on it. And then we expect within the next year, we'll have those trips enabled on our virtualized system there. And then we have plans to expand it even further. And so really, in closing, just back to kind of the general theme here, the grid is really changing at a pace that we've never seen before. And oftentimes that can get the focus on what's happening to the grid. But around that digital transformation, when we talk about our protection and SCADA devices, they're really the eyes and ears that are out there in the field. They provide the data, the information, as well as in the future, they could even provide a lot of the analytics. So we can start doing things like fault prediction, and you can have it installed out there in the substation, and it's only reporting what it needs to back up to the control center. And so really, the VPAC Alliance as a whole has brought together all of these ecosystem partners to really provide this space to where we can move the industry along and demonstrate substation virtualization. And so with that, I want to put a challenge out to anyone else here. If they want to participate and get involved, this is just a quick demonstration of some of it. Again, we have real results. We're demonstrating that it actually works, but I'd be happy to sit down with any of you and have my team where we can demonstrate a lot of those results in more detail. Or if you ever happen to be in the United States, maybe want to tour the Grand Canyon, we're about 4 hours from there. You can stop in and you can see our lab, and we can actually demonstrate some of it there for you in person. So with that, I thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Brent Hepp. Ladies and gentlemen, the raffle draw winner for this segment is Mr. Saif Al-Shamsi. Please collect your prize from the registration desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our sessions at 2 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, energy storage plays a vital role in the clean energy transition. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Amr Al-Wazzan, Production Assurance Manager at Dragon Oil Holdings, who will present a valuable insight on lithium energy storage technology.
Good afternoon. In today's world of energy, we are experiencing a fast, rapid, and a quick transformation towards sustainables and renewables. And the oil and gas industry is in the eye of the storm for no reasons. And considering the increasing concerns about the climate changes and the environmental issues. In the next few slides, in the next few minutes, allow me to share with you one of the transformative initiatives that we in the oil and gas industry and in our company are adopting to support this transformation and add value to all industries that are concerned about this energy, I would say, diversification. I'm from Dragon Oil. My name is Amr Al-Wazzan. I'm from Dragon Oil. And we are an oil and gas operator. We have been in business since 1971. And we are now having 3 assets. One of them in Turkmenistan and the Caspian Sea offshore. We also have assets in Egypt and in Iraq. And we operate them as an operator with different percentages. We are committed to technology transfer. But let's start, give it some technical favors in the next few minutes to see how we can work together with all the stakeholders for win-win situations. Okay. So we all know that the focus these days is on lithium ion, and it is being mined from different resources worldwide. But today, we are proposing something different, and that hopefully will attract the attention of the concerned parties for more value creation. Now, like I said, let's give it some technical flavors, which has been dealt with this morning. Why do we need to store the energy? There are different reasons beyond that. We need to support the renewable energies, and the train of renewable energies is on, and it is fast. We also need to power the grids of the systems that use these energies and to steer away from diesel. And you know, sometimes when you don't have diesel, there will be instability in the system, and you don't want that. So renewables, especially in this part of the world and some other places, depending upon the available renewable resource, will be helping us in doing so. And of course, we all know about the net zero campaign. And in 2023, we had COP28 here in Dubai, and the objectives are clear about the net zero and where we are heading with this one. Now, at the same time, it will create financial value for the participants and for the stakeholders. And of course, it will sometimes, due to certain reasons, geopolitical or technical, you will see that there is instability in the supply chain of the lithium, and that's why we have to store the energy. And finally, in terms of diversification of revenues, this is another resource which I'm going to look at it in a bit, okay? Now, if we look at the energy storage installations from Bloomberg and New Energy Finance, you see that, okay, you see that the majority, this predicted or swagged to be in 2030, this will be the majority in gigawatts, which is a huge number. And this is significant, so to speak. Now, this is the diversification of the countries. We see that America, both North America and Latin America, they have about 100 gigawatts. And you talk about China, is probably in Asia Pacific and Asia Central. And then when we talk about Middle East and North Africa and Europe, we have these ratios, but still it's evolving. But when we look at the trend, it's about 15 folds, okay? And that's why we are here today to work together to create this value for everybody. Now, as you know, just a little bit of technical things. In oil and gas industry, when we produce oil, there is almost 90% of the fields, they have water in them. And with the time, water keeps coming from the ground to the surface, and it becomes a problem. And that's why we need to deal with it in order to reduce the cost and increase the revenue. Our oil and gas industry, the principle of it is simple. Produce oil at low cost, sell it at a good cost, at a good price, then you make the money. But whatever you encounter from technical problems, this will add more hurdles, more burdens to the producers to handle, which we don't want. And that's why we are thinking out of the box to reduce the cost or to increase the value, and increase the value. So when we produce the water, the technology is to extract the lithium from the produced water. As you know, the water is under the reservoir, about 4,000 meters underneath the ground, where the temperature is high. A lot of solids will be dissolved in the water, including lithium. Now, why don't we extract that one from the water and alter the challenge to an opportunity? And this is what we are handling now. So we are turning the waste, which is, when it comes to us, we have limited capacity in the facility, but we have to handle it. And now we are thinking again out of the box to handle it in a different way. And of course, instead of sending the water to evaporation ponds, because we cannot dispose it to the sea or to the land without treating it, we send it to the evaporation pond without a treatment. Now we are thinking that this can be done in a different way. Okay. Now, from the environmental perspective here, what we can do, instead of, like I said, creating environmental damage by sending the disposed water or produced water to the environment, we are dealing with it with less cost, and we will be able to send it back either to the sea or to the land. As you know, in each country you operate, you are allowed to dispose certain percentage of the TDS, total dissolved solids, in the water, and certain percentage of oil, maybe 50 part per million or less. It depends upon where you operate. So in this case, in this initiative, transformative initiative, I would call it, you are creating more benefit to the environment, helping towards reducing the increasing concern about the climate change. Now, lower the water and use hard rock or a brine mining. Okay, as we all know, that mining for lithium is getting more expensive. And when we look at the EVs, like our colleagues have mentioned this morning, one of the highest costs of the EVs is in the batteries because of the mining. And mining is not free. Mining is going to be associated with a lot of challenges. So with this technique, we are eliminating all of the challenges associated with the mining, focusing on the benefits that we can have without going through the huge cost of mining, subjected to a lot of geopolitical, I would say, circumstances that might overburden or bother me while I am producing the lithium. The reduced carbon footprint with modular localized DLE system. That means when I work on extracting the lithium from the produced water, I don't need it to go outside. It's my field. I am just working in my field. That means I don't need to invest too much in that one, because more investments in oil and gas, it pose more concerns about the environment, because we are dealing with fossil fuel. And this is a fact that we in oil and gas, we have to accept. And of course, when you have treated water, clean water, while you are looking for lithium, you are managing the bioecosystem. You are managing the environment in such a stable way, a beautiful way, that will not harm them. And I don't want to go through, there are a lot of problems that have happened in the history, and we can steer away from them by adopting this one. And of course, at the end of the day, like I said earlier, our industry is based on economics. You know that a lot of fields are available, but they are not economic to be produced, and that's why they are just abundant. Now, if we can extract lithium from these aged fields, in this case, I will revive it, I will create more jobs, I will create more sustainable initiatives for the communities where we work, and then that is going to sustain the future of the communities where oil and gas operations exist. Now, when we talk about oil and gas industry, also, like I said, it will create more revenue, it will align the global energy transition and sustainability goals. This is just a summary. And then it will leverage the existing infrastructure. As I said a few minutes back, any projects in oil and gas industry, you have two key elements that cost too much: drilling and the projects. And for any infrastructure associated with the projects, you have to invest billions of dollars. Now, if I am looking at this from a different perspective, saying that I have a fortune that is being wasted, but I am looking at it to be as a source of income, in this case, I'm leveraging the value of my current infrastructure. In other words, I will not need to invest in more infrastructure. My field will be the same. Maybe I will retrofit some of the components. and then sustain the production and looking for the water. Okay, just to go through with this initiative. Now, let's give it a little bit of technical flavor more. This initiative consists of the followings. When we produce, every day we take many samples of water to analyze, to see what kind of problems we have coming from the wells and what kind of problems we might have in the reservoirs. So we start with what we call it sampling, take water samples from my field, from my wells, and analyze them. The second point is a pre-treatment. This is a very important step. I am a petroleum engineer, and today my boss asked me to see, do we have CO2 or H2S? Simply because these are harmful gases, and they might create a lot of problems, starting with corrosion and not ending with pollution. And for example, H2S is one of the most unwanted gases in the system. So I have to use my facilities to strip the H2S, take it off totally, and scrub for CO2. That means I am cleaning my water. Let's remember what we have just said, that the produced water has a lot of TDS, total dissolved solids. Now, I am cleaning it now, just trying to deliver the idea that the underground water produced during operations cannot be drunk, cannot be used for anything unless it's treated. So now I am in this process as an operator of oil and gas. Then I will apply the DLE. The DLE is the direct lithium extraction. And this technology has been initiated using the electrochemical principles to separate the lithium from other elements that are available with the water. Having said that, when you use these chemicals, not only the lithium will be separated, there will be more elements coming out. That will add another value to the cleaning process that I was talking about. We will clean the water. And when we talk about water, produced water, we are talking about thousands of barrels every day. And in this climate change, these are a good number for certain societies where they are experiencing drought, they are experiencing lack of agricultural advancements because of that, okay? Now, post-treatment, I will clean it and then I will reuse the water. The water, when we produce it from oil and gas, we either inject it into the ground to maintain the pressure, or we use it for marshes and some other places. The most important thing that we have is the last point about the economic assessment. In any project we do in our life, we do techno-economic study. That means, shall I go with option A or option B or C, based on techno-economic evaluation. Now, in this perspective, for this initiative, it has been found that the cutoff or the breakthrough of the cost of extracting lithium is that it should have, or the produced water should have 45 milligram per liter or more, which is 45 parts per million. Now, one of the challenges in oil and gas fields, which can be converted to opportunities, is that when you have more than one comparted reservoir that is containing different water. When you have the oil, you have gas, oil, then water. The water drives the oil to the top, to the well, through the well to the facilities. but you have them comparted, different places. When you have them comparted, that means the characteristics of the water are different. So in the countries where oil is being produced, they have a great opportunity to have a diversified resources for lithium. The only thing they need is just to investigate that. And that will help them to alter the potential challenges to other opportunities. What we did in the Dragon Oil, like I said, we operate in offshore Turkmenistan and the Caspian Sea. We have 14 wellhead platforms and manifold platforms from which we are producing, and then we transport the liquids and the fluids, to produce the fluids to the shore, where we process them in the CPF, Central Processing Facilities. We initiated internal studies in 2024, last year, and we launched an intensive campaign to figure out how can we proceed with this initiative? How can we add more value to us as an operating company and for our host country? So far, we figured out that the concentration is only 4.1617, 4.7 is the maximum. Based on the new technologies, or based on the currently available technologies, this is not feasible economically. We have to look at different options. But the message I'm trying to deliver here now for all of you colleagues, it is the time for all service providers, technology creators, institutes, universities, to help us out as operating companies to have more modern technologies in order for us to share the risk and to create more value. In other words, the value is there. The potential is there. The money is still there with the produced water that is being wasted so far in most of the places worldwide. We are aware that this has been under investigation in certain places in the Middle East, but it is the time for us. When I say us, I mean the operating companies, again, service providers, technical institutes, to cooperate and collaborate rather than compete. This initiative and some other initiatives are purely driven by technology advancements. And we are the end users, but you are the creators of these technologies. They start with the studies in universities, then service companies, technology creators, they develop the theory to a solution, and we need that to be on our table to be discussed. And that, I would like also to emphasize as a takeaway, oil and gas industry will remain one of the most reliable resources for energy supply. If you look at any EV, you still have a lot of components inside the EV which are byproducts from the oil. So the good news for oil-producing countries is that we still need the oil, the crude oil, to be produced in the next 2-3 decades until alternatives are available. And let me finalize it with one thing. The aviation industry consumes 7% of the daily oil production. Yet, the major airplane industry manufacturers, they are still designing their airplanes for 25 years to go, and they are still designing them to be operated on hydrocarbon fossil fuels, which means we are still looking at the fossil fuel as a reliable source of energy, but we in the oil and gas industry, we have to admit that we need to do our homework to create or to produce reliable, safe, environmentally safe, and affordable energy for the industry. With that, I would like to thank you all for your time listening, and will be more than happy to take the discussion offline, and looking forward to having more input and more advancements in this initiative for win-win situations. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful time for the rest of the day.
Thank you, Dr. Amr Al-Wazan. And now I would like to announce the raffle draw winner for this segment, Mr. Amru Kadhim. Please collect your prize from the registration desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our next session at 2:40. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session focuses on sustainable urban solutions. Please welcome Mrs. Khawla Naimi, Human Capital Executive Director at Emirates Water and Electricity Company, to address her session on empowering human capital for a sustainable and digital energy future, reimagining workforce development for utilities in the digital age.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. This is Khawla Naimi. I'm the Executive Director of Human Capital at EWIC, the Emirates Water and Electricity Company in Abu Dhabi. And briefly, at EWIC, we lead the planning and forecasting. We manage the procurement to ensure the security of supply for the Emirates of Abu Dhabi and beyond. We cover nearly 70% of the needs in UAE, and we play a pivotal role in supporting the country in basically achieving the targets of the clean energy. First, let me just use this. First, I will start with explaining the three aspects of the energy transition. First, the tech enabler, the culture enabler, and the future enabler. And these are not isolated, and I will explain in a bit how they are connected, having the workforce at the center of this transition. First, we're going to start with the digital transformation, which refers to the technology enabler and the integration of technology at every aspect of utility. Of course, electricity, water, and gas, aiming to achieve and improve the efficiency, the reliability, the customer experience, and also achieve sustainability. I'll provide some examples of common objectives or priorities across the utility sector. We aim, of course, to develop sensors, smart meters, connect devices to manage the energy and water flows in real times. We aim also to be able to manage massive data and AI to predict the demand and optimize the asset performance. We aim, of course, to streamline operation, increase the control to detect default before it becomes critical, and also adoption of some tools smart tools to manage renewable resources and the energy storage to achieve sustainability. So we can conclude that definitely digital transformation will make the utility smarter, reliable, and more efficient, and of course achieving sustainability. And of course shifting from being reactive to proactive, and having basically your operation moves to data-driven operation. So we move to the second aspect of the energy transition, which is the workforce readiness. And I will explain how the digital transformation can influence your workforce characteristic. So basically, the workforce is influenced by digital transformation because the digital transformation will change your workforce, the required jobs in the future, and also the ways you work. So, so basically, the skills and competencies will definitely change. The upskilling and reskilling will be essential, and the workforce development will be a continuous thing rather than one-time activity. And some of the common skills your people will require in the next few years, of course, data or digital literacy, data analytics, AI, cybersecurity, smart grid management capabilities, and many more related to the digital to cope with the change. but also the digital transformation will bring a lot of value, and one of the values is foster a greater collaboration because of the connection provided between people and also processes. Also will definitely allow you to have more time through the reduction of the manual work and of course the manual risk. So if you worried basically you're not going to have the time, it's definitely with the digital transformation integration, you will have definitely the time to focus on developing the new skills and competencies. So if we're going to summarize this point, the digital transformation, it's not only about technology, it's about making sure that your workforce is prepared and able to learn, adopt, and also thrive in the new digital environment. We move to the third part, which is the talent development or sustainable talent development. And I will explain in a bit how this is connected to the other aspects. First, if we're going to think that if we adopt basically the right technology and develop our people and train them and empower them, the sustainable talent development will become a natural progress of this efforts. So the link, basically, the workforce readiness, it's driven by digital transformation and the training for your employees and ensuring that they have the right skills and competencies, ensuring that you have the right talent, the right people for today and the future. So now we're going to move to some key consideration in building your workforce to drive your digital transformation. First, with the inclusivity, and just to explain why inclusivity matters. Inclusivity matters because we put bold targets of net zero and full decarbonization in a very short period. And I think at this point we agree that we need more than technology. We need people, and not any people. We need inclusive and diverse teams coming with different backgrounds, different experience, and also a different way of thinking. Why? Because we know that with this transformation, we will face new challenges, which will require a different way of thinking, and diverse minds or diverse teams opens the door to different way of thinking and also smarter way of tackling problems. And the inclusivity here, it goes beyond the gender diversity. It basically also encourages to include the next generation. And personally, I believe that the next generation can add value in two different ways. First, adaptability. They encourage a mindset of adaptability and flexibility, which is not only influencing or can basically impact their own generation, they can influence your whole workforce. Secondly, they come up with bold ideas and different way of thinking. They are basically not afraid to challenge the old approach to things. And this is what we basically need to reshape the energy industry. Still, with the next generation, we know that inclusivity and the next generation can add value and can basically contribute in different ways to help the evolution to be faster through their bold ideas and energy, and also their courage to challenge the status quo. But still, to unlock their full potential, we need more than that. The government has already made a significant strides to try to bridge the gap between the education and the real world experience which we require. So what we need to do to complement the efforts by the government, where they provided different digital platforms to encourage learning and also innovation, we need to basically complement these efforts even before those young generation joining us. Part of the things we can do is, first, we can provide them with internship with different development programs where can provide them with real experience, hands-on on projects and technical experience. Secondly, we can also provide them with a real responsibilities, involve them in meaningful challenges to build their capabilities, and also engage with universities to basically raise awareness about the sector and encourage more students to pursue career in energy in the sector, basically, which requires more people. And by encouraging this, we're not basically promoting to replace the people with experience. I believe that the next generation or those young professionals, they add a lot of values and they amplify the experience we have. And and from experience, to be honest, in AWEC, we have seen this in reality, where you can see the knowledge flows both ways, where you see the fresh ideas with the depth and expertise, and you create a strong teams where you can basically prepare for the future. I think at this point we can agree that technology will drive a massive change, not only to the type of jobs we're going to hire or the ways we work or how we conduct business. It goes way beyond that. It changed almost everything. It's going to change the way of thinking, how we approach problems, how we explore solutions, and how we decide on outcomes. And with the technology rapidly changes, what worked yesterday won't be enough for tomorrow. So for us to stay ahead, we need to basically work on a mind shift across the entire workforce to move from keeping up to leading the change towards the net zero and full decarbonization. I think at this point I can conclude on my presentation and just reiterate that this transformation is not only about technology or adopting technology. It's about people, and if you empower your teams, ensure that you have the inclusive and diverse teams, and fit for the future where you have the experience and also the fresh minds, you unlock the innovation you need to drive the change towards the net zero and decarbonization. And of course, you need to continue to invest in people as much as you invest in technology to not only prepare for the future, to reshape the energy sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Khawla Naimi. And I would like to announce the raffle draw winner, Jesus Ayala. Please collect your prize from the registration desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our sessions at 3:20. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the intersection of technology and sustainability. Please welcome Mr. Abhishek Kaur, Head of Strategy and Sustainability, Electrification and Automation at Siemens, and Mr. Yusuf Petwela, SVP, Head of Siemens Grid Software, MEA, at Sales at Siemens, for their session From Gridlock to Resilience, Powering the Future with AI and Sustainability. Welcome on stage.
Thank you for the announcement. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abhishek Kaur. I'm from Siemens. I talk about sustainability strategy in Siemens. And with me, I have Yusuf. Yusuf heads the grid software, and he talks about the grid transition and the technologies going into it. So thank you, everyone, for joining. It's a privilege to be in WETEX. And most importantly, the topic that we are going to talk about is AI. So of course, it raises an alarm in everyone's mind. How interesting is the AI topic today? A quick fact says that whenever a company announces that there is an AI that they are going to build in their company, the stock prices of those companies go up by somewhere around 2%. So interesting. So now let's see what is under the hood for this implementation of AI. So what we will be talking about is how AI is impacting the backbone of our infrastructure, which is the grids, and how AI can help the backbone of our infrastructure, which is the grids. So starting this, let us talk about what are the biggest challenges for power system today is. The first is definitely we are in a mandate to talk about or implement net zero. To add to this complexity, we have now the fast advent of AI. So how did this happen? The first thing, let us talk about net zero. Mostly, net zero is talking about how we make our planet sustainable by implementing tech which will help reduce the carbon impact. Now, if you look at what the major mandate of net zero is to bring about the greenhouse emissions less. And that too in an infrastructure, in an energy system which is already existing. So there are two parts to it. First, we are looking at a transition where almost 90% of our supply is going to be from renewables. So this is the part that we are talking about, that there is a rapid increase of renewables. So we are talking about solar rooftops, we are talking about PV, we are talking about large-scale solar integration. And then on the other side, we are also talking about electrification. So anything which is running by fuel or maybe the non-renewable fuel, there is a transition into using it with electrification. So the two sides of the economics is working out to bring about a change which will help us move towards a net zero. Now, the biggest challenge with this thing is that we are talking of implementing all these changes on a grid which is almost a decade old. And why we say so? So it's a very simple question. It's a grid from the past, which was not built for this kind of changes. And now we are talking about a tech or a world where the grids are going to be more and more strained. And this is what we call nowadays a gridlock. So our topic is from gridlock to resilience, and with the advent of AI and sustainability. So let us see how AI is actually bringing a sudden change to this entire economics. So we heard about AI. It started its journey in very early 1950s. But over the period of 2020, we always felt, yeah, there is something called AI, and it's coming. But in 2020, something happened, and the entire world started looking into AI. And that was, let's say, OpenAI, the generative AI, which brought AI into our hands, in our mobile phones, and it became a part of our life. And by 2024, we saw AI has become very mainstream. It's in our day-to-day uses. Today, while we even go out for any information, we try to check it with AI so that it can be intelligently processed. So if you look at your own practices, now you are so much getting dependent to AI. And let's see what is the future of AI which is predicted. So we are saying by 2030, there is an economy of 15.7 trillion which will be unlocked by AI. So the equation is very simple. AI is not something which is in the future, it is in the present. We are already moving ahead with it. But now, in this platform of WETEX, where we are talking about grids, utilities, let us change our perspective to what is happening due to these changes of AI. So the first thing, we used to have a data center, which used to consume somewhere around 10 to 25 megawatts of energy, annual household energy, let's say. But with the advent of AI getting mainstream, now we are talking about hyperscales. It's approximately 100,000 houses in a single data center. Now, this is a huge surge of energy. But the question is, okay, energy demand is anyways going up. What is an approximation of how much energy we need for data centers or, let's say, AI? So right now, if you look at it, the energy demand from data centers is somewhere around 1.5% of the entire energy demand. But by 2030, we are talking about a 15% year-on-year growth of energy demand by data centers. So this entire thing is a very big question mark in the minds of our utility operators, of our grids. Are we ready for this much of surge? And it's not just the demand. Let us look at the other important challenge with data centers and AI. Okay, the energy demand is definitely there. But what is more challenging is the spatial concentration. So if the picture is not clear, I will just explain. So initially, if there is an industry or a demand center, a factory, a residential area, which is outside the city, so you can manage the demand there by providing support to it. But the data centers, they are sitting next to our residential areas or next to our houses. Now, the problem of this spatial concentration is your distribution grid, which was not ready for such a surge of demand, is now getting strained due to these data centers. Also, the challenge of AI is patterned. If you go deeper into how AI is transitioning the requirement of energy, there is a trend. When there is a training of AI models, the energy demand goes up. And then when there is a usage, the energy demand goes down. Now, this kind of transitions, our grid was not built for it. And to add to this complexity of AI demand center, we are already talking about a grid which is looking into renewables, which is looking into electrification. So the biggest question lies with all these changes, are we really ready for this AI transition? Now let me go a little bit of technical details of what the grid is facing. We built a grid almost 10 to 15 or 20 years back, which was made for a unidirectional flow of energy. You produce energy one place and you use it in a different location. So it was kind of a static transmission and distribution network. But look at it now. It is an emerging grid. It is not a grid which is just sending energy from point A to point B. It is an adaptive transmission and distribution grid. We are talking about balancing of hundreds of rooftops, millions of electric vehicles, which is changing their pattern every day. And this is what the grid is coming into picture. So the constraints, definitely let us talk about the flows and constraints, the grid operating requirements, the distribution constraints, and then definitely the consumption and load patterns. So this, let me say, this is the pretext or the base of the challenge that we are facing. So we are talking of implementing AI. We are talking of implementing net zero requirements on a grid which was not ready for this kind of requirements. So what is the answer? Is how do we transition our grid from what we have today for the grids, which is for the future? Now let's say it is very easy. We upgrade the hardware, the assets. We include some renewables, the PV supply, the rooftop solars into the grid. We include the microgrids, which is like a low-hanging fruit for us right now. and then we convert into digitalization. But we just wish it was possible. This transition is not that easy. And let me show you a picture of how complex the grid transition can be. So I don't want you to get bogged out with the chaos of this system, but let's look at it. We talk about starting from a very foundational scale. We talk about retrofitting our existing infrastructure. We are talking about digitalizing. We are talking about the communication technologies. And then when the grid is ready with this foundational tech, we are talking about integrating this entire system to act in a way that we want it to act. And the challenges come with integrating this many technologies in a grid, which is already working, implemented. So we are trying to fix a grid while it is running. And this is the biggest challenge that we see, not just with AI, but with the entire sustainability, AI, and other requirements coming in. So having said that, how do we go about it? Of course, we start with a low-hanging fruit, like I said, microgrids, which can help us mitigate some of the problems. So we have distributed energy resources. We can look at localizing the intelligences to places where we can fix this problem. But this also is not an easy solution. We have to talk about different requirements. We have to talk about different applications, which helps us go into this transition. And then there is a requirement of digitalization. We are talking about managing this utility grid with an intelligence which was not existing in the past. So we make our grid smarter. We use it to operate. We use to predict. We use to calculate sustainability requirements of the grids. So everything that can be done with the existing grid has to be done at this moment, because the challenge is not just the demand or the scale of the demand. It's also the speed, how fast we can upgrade it. It's also about the flexibility, how much renewables, distributed resources, AI data centers that we can build in with this existing grid. And then we talk about saving it all with a cyber secure system. So we are also talking about doing everything, but also ensuring that there are no challenges with cyber security in this grid. So I thank this WETEX platform, which is talking about all these futuristic requirements, and we know the challenges we are standing with. But is AI just a stain, or it's also something which can help us tackle these challenges? So in my next part, I will invite Yusuf, who will be talking to us about how we can use AI in helping us adapt with some of these challenges. So Yusuf, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Abhishek, for the nice introduction and setting the base up, right? So I think Abhishek talked a bit about what are the challenges that we are currently facing in terms of integration of AI and also the usage that has grown because of the demand of AI in the last few years, right? And that is now locking our grid. So what do we do? So we talked about asset modernization, we talked about PV, microgrids, digitalization, and that's the automation part of it, right? But in order to unlock the grid, we need to really rethink the way we are managing the grid today, right? In terms of grid capacity, in terms of grid modernization, in terms of customer satisfaction, what is it that we bring to the table for our customers, and also taking the grid to the next level via a true digital twin that gives us a replication of what is exactly on the field so that we can manage our grids in a lot more optimized manner. Let's just take an example of UAE, right? I mean, we have some really ambitious goals here. We're looking at almost 3x share of renewable by 2030, which is about 5 years from now. And then we are also looking at optimizing our individual and institutional consumption by 40 to 45% over the next few years. And the way the grids are managed today is predominantly we see a lot of focus on conventional generation, right? Whether it comes from PV, whether it comes from our normal gas turbines or I mean electric, right? So we see a lot of focus on primary generation and transmission side. But what is actually happening now as we are rethinking the grid management is the generation is really moving on the low voltage side of the business, right? Because that is where the actual energy transition is happening. That is where the actual transition is happening. That is where the most impact on the grid is coming. And that is where utilities across the world have least visibility, because all these grids were predominantly designed on a top-down approach, where I think we always build it for generation and transmission assets, but there is really no visibility on the low voltage side of it. So as grids are transitioning from today to tomorrow, the low voltage side of the grid plays a really, really key role in order for us to unlock the grid management. So let's just take a few examples, right? Let's just talk about DER hosting. I mean, how can we adapt the slow manual decisions that we are making today and boost the capacity of our existing network? How is it that we can add flexibility to the network and make it more open? For example, host some of our solutions on the cloud, right? Rather than doing a lot of heavy CapEx investments in terms of infrastructure. How is it that we get visibility on the last mile? Currently, it's almost a blindfold. Very few utilities have visibility on there. How is it we can change that? Use AI as an enablement to optimize these grids. And then how is it that we can really take the grids to the next level by making it self-healing and automation? How is it that we can transform our grids into an autonomous grid for the future? So as I was mentioning, right, I mean, predominantly, we have always looked at a top-down approach. So we have generation, transmission, distribution, and then consumers. But we really need to flip the switch, right? If we want to make our grids more effective, if we want to be future-proof, if we want to get that flexibility and interoperability into our grids, we need to start looking at a bottom-down approach where we are focusing more on the consumers, where we are focusing more on the low-voltage side of the network, and then complementing it with the transmission and generation assets that we already have on the field. So the question is, how do we make the autonomous grid a reality? So I think Abhishek talked about the automation portion of it, right? So that is a long process. It needs a lot of capital expenditure. And I mean, we are now expecting what we built in last 30 years to be built in the next 5 years, which is a very big challenge. And then we have maximum conventional generation. So there is a huge hosting gap. And I think this is where software plays a key role, where we can add additional hosting capacity enabled by software, enabled by AI, and make the autonomous grid a reality. So I think all of us lived the age of copper plates. We have transformed into an advanced age of grid automation. And now what we're looking as part of the future is our vision of autonomous grids. So I think I want to leave everyone with this video of what an autonomous grid could potentially look like in the future. So yeah, I think this was a very, very short example of how visibility on the low voltage side can really help us to manage the demand and supply with the use of AI, with the use of software, and with using the maximum that we can bring into the grid, how we are paving our way for the autonomous grid, for the grid management, where I think software plays a key role. So I'll leave everyone with that note of paving the way for autonomous grid management, yeah? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, if you have some questions, you can ask us, or we are always available here or
I think we
in our booth.
maybe have 5 minutes. If there are any questions, we're happy to take. Otherwise, thank you everyone for your time.
Then thank you, so everyone, and all the best for WETEX.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abhishek and Mr. Yusuf. Announcing the raffle draw winner, Hamid Shibli, please proceed to the registration desk to receive your prize. Our next session will be at 4 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we explore the importance of energy efficiency in advancing sustainability goals. Please welcome Mr. Ahmed Abul-Ainain, the Technical Manager at DUCAP, for his talk on energy efficiency, sustainability, and conservation. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Ahmed Abul-Ainain. I am the technical manager at DUCAB High Voltage. DUCAB is mainly a UEE cable factory based in Dubai. And today, especially, we will talk about MBR Solar Phase 6, which is Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Phase 6. We will go with the MBR Solar, which is the solar park here in Dubai, the history of the MBR, the previous projects of the MBR, MBR Phase 6 special route and challenging, and comparing the connection for the cable system using 630 mm square and 1200 mm square. If we talk about introduction about the MBR, it means that Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park, it is the largest single site solar park in the world. It will generate around 5,000 megawatts by 2023, and the total investment is around 50 billion dirham for this project alone. It will save 6.5 million tons of carbon emission annually. So the history of the MBR is starting with phase 1 back in 2013, which will produce around 13 megawatts. Phase 2, 200 megawatt. Phase 3 increasing to 800 megawatt. Phase 5, 900. Phase 6, this is a challenging, the one that we talk about it today, is around 1,800 megawatts. It means that in phase 6 alone, it is bigger than phase 1, 3, and 5 together. Recently, they announced about phase 7, which will be similarly around 1,000 megawatts to be delivered from 2025 to 2027. We as a DUCAB, we start participating, as you can see, in phase number 2, phase number 3, and phase number 5 from 2016 till 2023. We produced 430 kilometers of cable, manufactured, installed, energized till now. 132 kV, 630 mm square. The challenging for MBR phase 6, not only with the load, which is 1,800 megawatts, but it's also with the route lengths connecting the IPP substation to Shams and Shrouk substation. The length of the route is 16 kilometers, and in this case, we have two options. Either to go with the previous 630 mm square, and the cable quantity in this case will be around 864 kilometers, or we introduce new solution, which is the 1,200 mm square, and reduce the cable quantity and the accessory to the half to the 432 kilometers. The cable design itself, it's normal 132 kV. The conductor is copper to carry the current, followed by triple extrusion XLPE, copper wire screen, longitudinally protected from the water, followed by the lead alloy, which is the radial water protection in this case, and outer sheet protection of the high density polyethylene ST7 with the graphite coated, which is a semiconductive layer in this case. Both of the system solutions, the one that we were talking about it, have 16 mm insulation system, which is a utility requirement in this case. If we go to the first option, to deliver 1,800 megawatts, you need to install it in trefoil formation with a 2-meter width. And why is that? Because we have restriction to the corridor width of 32 meters only. You cannot go behind the 32 kilometer, otherwise you will be crossing with the adjacent circuit from phase 5 and phase 3, phase 4, and phase 1. So if you put the cable in trefoil formation, you need an 18 circuit, because the 630 in this case will generate only 100 megawatts. So 100 multiplied by 18, 1,800. This will be the installation of the 18 circuits, which has been 54 cable, and with the 32 collider widths. We are using for the earthing bonding the cross-bonded system, which allow us this, because of the root length, to reduce the induced voltage. But in the trefoil formation, the current rating will go down, and also the induced voltage will go down. So there is a benefit here from the induced voltage point of view, and there is a disadvantage because of the heat generated from the trefoil formation. The heat dissipation is very bad, especially for the circuits in the middle, so that you are limited to this number of circuits is 54. The second solution is that if you put it in flat formation, increasing the conductor size from 630 to 1,200. The 1,200 in this formation will carry 200 megawatt per circuit. And also the spacing between both of them, it will be around 650, so you can put single circuit in one trough formation. In this case, the heat dissipation is better, but the problem will become with the induced voltage, since in this case, the induced voltage will be very high. So the induced voltage in this case will need you to trick your system design and start using a the SVL rating, so it's charge arrestor, which is around 10 kV during the short circuit, and the cable outer sheet shall withstand more than 200 volts in the normal operation. By providing this arrangement, we are not only reducing the cable quantity by half, but also we are reducing the number of the joints that we are using in the system. For the high voltage cable system, especially, and the extra high voltage, the weakness point is the accessory, if you are talking about the joint especially, and GIS. By providing this solution, we reduce the number of the joints to the middle, and also number of the joint from 666 to 366. So we are increasing the system reliability, reducing the number of joints, reducing the quantity of the cable, reducing also the maintenance cost for the cable, and make the same power transmission which is required as a 1,800 megawatts. Thank you very much. Any questions? Sorry, any question? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed Bil'ainin. Now, we announce the raffle winner. We have Engineer Salim Khalaf. Please proceed to the registration desk to receive your prize. That concludes day 1 of WETEX 2025 main seminars. We sincerely thank you all for attending and for your contribution to our speakers. We look forward to welcoming you tomorrow for day 2, where we continue exploring the future of sustainability, innovation, and clean energy. Thank you.